Welcome, everyone. Good morning to today's symposium, Musical Relationalities in Islamic Lands and Diasporas. I'm Evan Graves from Institute of Sacred Music. It's wonderful to have you all here in person, and greetings as well to those who are joining on the webinar today. Today's gathering is being convened by Senior Research Fellow, ISM Fellow here, Edwin Sarusi, and co-sponsored by the Program in Jewish Studies and the Yale Council on Middle East Studies. And this project is also taking place in conjunction with another international research project titled Music, Muslims, and Jews. And we're really happy to be bringing all these different constituencies together today. So in case you don't know much about us, Institute of Sacred Music is an interdisciplinary graduate center here at Yale, dedicated to the study of sacred music, worship, and the related arts. In addition to educating students in these fields, we have many other research aims. One of our main research projects here is our ISM Fellows program. And so each year we have a cohort of about 10 fellows who are scholars, artists, practitioners, and residents to pursue an interdisciplinary project. And today is an ISM Fellows event that results from having Professor Sarusi here and presenting this wonderful idea. So we're so thankful to him for that. So just one point, if you're joining on the webinar, we're having trouble sharing the sound from the PowerPoint over the webinar. So we're going to try to, I think, hold the microphone near the speaker, hopefully at the correct distance, so you'll be able to hear the musical examples. But apart from that, on the webinar, you'll be able to hear all the speakers perfectly, and we're going to share the slides as well, so you see those on the screen. We've printed a few schedules for today, which are by the door if you didn't grab one already. But let me introduce today's symposium's convener, Edwin Sarusi, with a PhD in music from UCLA, is Emmanuel Alexandre Professor Emeritus of Musicology and former director of the Jewish Music Research Center at Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Also a visiting scholar at Dartmouth College. He comes to Yale after holding a fellowship last year at the Herbert D. Katz Center for Advanced Judaic Studies at the University of Pennsylvania. I'm sure people know much about his research, but it focuses on musical cultures of the Mediterranean and the Middle East, interactions between Jewish and Islamic cultures, Jewish liturgical music, Judeo-Spanish song, and popular music in Israel, among other topics. So please join me in welcoming Professor Sarusi.
Thank you so much, Evan, for this kind introduction. It is my pleasure to open this academic encounter dedicated to musical relationalities in Islamic lands and diasporas. Defining this event as an academic encounter means that we hope to experience today an open-ended conversation rather than a strict traditional scholarly conference. Such a rare opportunity to engage in such dialogical format with an outstanding group of colleagues could be possible only with the support of this remarkable home, the Institute of Sacred Music at Yale University. So before I introduce you to the core concept behind this dialogue, allow me to start by expressing my utmost gratitude to the Institute, to this director, Professor Martin Jane, for your leadership and open door, to you, Evan Graves, who is around here, assistant director, and more important, he is the fellows and special event coordinator who has diligently guided and accompanied us, the 24-25 fellows, as well as to the offices of the Institute, to Caitlin McGregor, Rachel Seeger, and especially to Katya Betrov, who patiently and professionally accompanied me in taking care of every detail relevant to this event. My gratitude also goes to the rest of the staff of the Institute who took care of publicity, technology, and logistics. Their names are too many to mention, but if you want to know them, they are right here in the lobby in the sign. It has been a memorable tenure at the Institute for me personally and for the amazing cohort of fellows with whom I shared this space during this year. Let me express special thanks to my fellow fellows at the Institute for their wisdom, generosity, and friendship. As I put it in one of our opening events, I found myself in the position of the old man of the tribe, of amazing young scholars at the beginning of their careers. On these tense times we are experiencing, when higher education, the sector of society to which we dedicated our lives, is besieged and assaulted along the board, here and everywhere, it was comforting to experience the enthusiasm, vision, hope, and originality of these brave young colleagues. This event grew out of my scholarship on music in the Islamic world, with emphasis on the role of Jewish minorities in this field, on this vast geographical realm, and along a millennium and a half of history. In recent years, my colleague, Dr. Nili Belkind, has joined me in research projects dedicated to upgrade and expand substantially the research on this topic. I am grateful to her in general for this fruitful collaboration, and in particular for crossing the ocean to be with us today. Our famous joint monograph centered on the Iraqi Jewish musicians Azure Alawad Effendi, also known as Ezra Aron, about whom you're going to hear this afternoon from Dr. Belkind, theorizes this individual Arab Jewish musician through the lenses of the concept of relationality. This concept served as a trigger behind the encounter today, an exchange of ideas to which we invited a distinguished group of colleagues and friends to reflect on how relationality illuminates their own research projects. We departed from the definition of relationality by political theologist Fannie Bialek, which, and I quote, is a critical term that rejects individualist conceptions of the self and subject for a conception of the self as made by its relations with others, such as that there may be no I without you or us. The term is resonant in this way with many strands of theology and political thought that are often crucially engaged with our entanglement with others, for better and for worse, end of quote. For Bialek, relationality is not only about being in relation with others, but also about being constituted by others. This concept has been extended to intergroup relationships as well. For example, in research in Palestine-Israel, relationality has been applied by historians like Zachary Lockman and anthropologists like Ted Swedenborg to complicate nation-centered narrations in which the other is absent, to highlight relationships, economic, familiar, political, that have crossed ethnonationality lines, or to argue that both through and despite violence, Israeli Jews and Palestinian Arabs, Muslims and Christians have constituted each other. By destabilizing grand narratives, this approach foregrounds the multiplicities and intersectionalities involved in identity formations. Expanding this concept to the field of music making in the vast lands of Islam, we ask today how musicians and other individuals involved in musical spaces, such as producers, entrepreneurs, owners of performance venues, music scholars, in Arab, but also Turkish and Iranian societies and their diasporas, contract the collective selves, whether these are national, pan-Arab, or subaltern, etc., through interactions in various spaces, like apprenticeship settings, formal music schools, record companies, radio stations, blogs, etc. We are thinking about multiple foci of relationalities between musicians and audiences, positioned at different times in different social clusters, such as centers and peripheries, urban elites, upper classes versus villagers, proletarian class, indigenous versus colonial powers, etc. We eagerly look forward to today's dialogue, hoping that at the end of the day, we will enrich our vistas by learning from the insights and experiences of each other. Let me end these brief introductory remarks by thanking my colleagues present here for accepting this challenge and for sharing their ideas with the Yale community and the public at large online. I have already mentioned Dr. Nili Belkind, who has been and continues to be a staunch partner in this complex and at times distressing but also hopeful research project. Her contribution to the success of the encounter today is very much appreciated. Dr. Issa Boulos has been engaged in a meaningful dialogue with us, and I am personally grateful to him for accepting our invitation, not only by himself, but also by his faithful companion, the Oud, a special participant that will have the final word in this symposium via the outstanding mastery of its companion, Ustad Issa Boulos. Two Jonathans, Shannon and Glasser, have been throughout the years, for me personally, amazing partners in a long, ongoing conversation about musical encounters, conflicts, memories, and identities throughout the Middle East and North Africa. Thank you both, Jonathans. My younger colleague from Jerusalem, Dr. Oded Erez, has graciously agreed to sacrifice one entire day of his precious sabbatical leave in New York City in order to moderate the morning panel. He represents a new generation of ethnomusicologists dedicated to a continuing and hopefully also alternative exploration of the complex issues at stake in the study of music, especially popular music in the case of Oded, around the Mediterranean and the Middle East. Professor Orit Bashkin, one of the most influential scholars of her generation in the field of Arab Jewish studies and beyond, brings to us her vast experience from non-musical disciplines that illuminate music in its historical, social, and political context. She has been and still is an inspiration to our work, not only on Iraq, but also beyond. We truly appreciate her effort of coming all the way from Chicago to engage in this dialogue. Finally, my token of gratitude, of gratefulness, goes to my two colleagues and former fellows from another time and another school, Dr. Nancy Berger and Dr. Dina Danon. We share today with them the always exciting joy of presenting a new book, of which I have a copy here if you want to take a look, especially because they are the editors of the book who worked very hard for 5 long years, take it or leave it, in its production. Longing and Belonging is a substantial volume directly engaging relationalities in the experiences of Jews in the modern Islamic world, and I could not have imagined a better context for its launching than the event today. If I am correct, and please correct me, this is the first live presentation of this volume that appeared just a couple of months ago. We thank Nancy and Dina for allowing us here at the Institute of Sacred Music at Yale the honor of honoring you and all the contributors, our friends, to this inspiring volume. Last but not least, I'm extremely obliged to my fellow colleague at Yale, Dr. Suhail Yusuf, who apologizes that in the very last minute he will be a little bit late, for accepting my invitation to provide a response to the presentation of Longing and Belonging, a consummate master of the Sarangi, a brilliant scholar, and very relevant to the subject of today's dialogue, an engaged public figure in promoting musical dialogue in areas of social tension. Suhail has been a source of inspiration for me during this year at Yale. I sincerely hope to continue the dialogue with him in the future. Without any further remarks, I thank all my friends who came also here, some of them from a little bit far away, my colleagues at Yale who are present here or who will be present during the day. And it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Oded Erez to introduce to our first panel of the morning. And I wish you all an enjoyable day. And I hope that the weather is going to be beautiful and we can have a little break also in the middle of the day. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone here and online, and thank you, Edwin, for bringing us all here and for pre-introducing everyone in such a generous manner as you do. And I have the honorful duty of introducing the speakers of our first panel today, titled Comparative Perspectives on the Middle East and North Africa. They are first Dr. Issa Boulos, which you already heard, who's going to open and close our meeting today. Dr. Boulos is an internationally award-winning composer, lyricist, researcher, and songwriter. His works have been performed by various groups and orchestras around the world. He studied piano, oud, and voice at an early age. He later pursued music composition with Gustavo Leon, Athanasius Zervas, and William Russo at Columbia College, Chicago, and with Robert Lombardo and Ilya Levinson at Roosevelt University. He obtained his PhD in ethnomusicology from Leiden University. Dr. Boulos' compositions are commissioned and performed by nationally acclaimed orchestras and ensembles. Among his commissions are 4 pieces for the Chicago Symphony Orchestra, compositions and performances for the Silk Road Ensemble, and original scores for award-winning documentaries, plays, feature films, and musicals. He has served as a lecturer at the University of Chicago for nearly a decade, co-founded the Qatar Music Academy, and acted as its head of music since its inception in 2010, and serves as a manager of the Harper College Community Music and Arts Center and adjunct faculty of music. And Dr. Boulos' title today will be Landscapes of Identity, Constructing Palestinian National and Pan-Arab Subjectivities Through Music. I'll introduce all 3 speakers in a row so we can have then an uninterrupted presentations with a joint discussion at the end. So after Dr. Boulos' presentation, we will hear from Jonathan Shannon. He's professor of anthropology at Hunter College and the Graduate Center, City University of New York. He earned his BA from Stanford University and PhD from the CUNY Graduate Center. His research and writing focus on culture in the Arab world and Mediterranean, with a special focus on Syria, Morocco, Spain, Turkey, and among Syrian migrants across Europe. In addition to numerous articles and book chapters, he's the author of Among the Jasmine Tree, Music and Modernity in Contemporary Syria, 2006, A Wintry Day in Damascus, Syrian Stories, 2012, and Performing Al-Andalus, Music and Nostalgia Across the Mediterranean, 2015, as well as co-editor of the volume Music and Cultural Diplomacy in the Middle East, Geopolitical Reconfigurations from the 21st Century. It was released last year. Professor Shannon's title today will be Resonant Absences, Musical Relationalities Across the Mediterranean. Our final speaker for this morning panel will be Jonathan Glaser. He's Associate Professor of Anthropology at William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. He's the author of The Lost Paradise, Andalusi Music in Urban North Africa, 2016, which won the L. Carl Brown Book Prize from the American Institute of Maghreb Studies and Mahmoud Guetta International Prize in Musicology from the Tunisian Ministry of Cultural Affairs. His journal articles have appeared in the International Journal of Middle Eastern Studies, American Ethnologist, Anthropological Quarterly, and Turaf. Glaser recently completed a book manuscript titled More Than Friends, Muslim-Jewish Intimacy in Algerian Music, and that will also be the title of his talk today. So without further ado, I invite our first speaker, Dr. Boulos, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Edwin, the organizers, and Oded for your nice words. I'm going to try to, all right, here we go. I'm going to try to mix it up where I will say a few words about each of the slides, but I will also add some audio. So I'm kind of working on 2 tracks, trying to talk about certain things that I need to talk about, but also introducing some recordings that you may find interesting from the period. Okay, so I think, here we go. The cultural landscape of the Near East has long been enriched by the contributions of Palestinian musicians whose art has served as a powerful medium for expressing collective identity, resistance, and solidarity. And throughout historical upheavals and political struggles, Palestinian musicians have emerged as pivotal cultural actors. And through their musical production, performances, and dissemination of their works, they have navigated various identities, weaving together strands of national belonging, pan-Arab unity, as well as intersectional affiliated based on religion, class, and geography. So this presentation is based on my extensive research and analysis, where I briefly examine today and how those musicians constructed and negotiated their identity within a matrix of social and political and cultural relationalities. Okay. I'm going to start by saying a few words about the recording industry, which emerged fairly early in the 20th century. We have evidence of the Ahmed Sheikh, who died, I believe, in 1914, and we were still chasing him to this day. Our friend Joel managed to find some of his recordings. And Thuraya Qaddura from Jerusalem, Rajab al-Akhal from Yafa, Ilyas Awad also from Yafa, Nuh Ibrahim from Haifa, Nimr Nasser. It's not exactly known where he is, but he was definitely in the coastal region. We have some of their recordings. They put out on LPs through Baidaphone, and based in Cairo and Beirut. Making music among Palestinians has played a foundational role in articulating national identity, especially in the wake of the Nakba 1948, what the Palestinians call the catastrophe, and the subsequent diasporic experiences. Using folk genres after 1948 as the basis for political expression, many groups and singers adopted this approach for the purpose of preserving and disseminating political ideas and ideologies and mobilizing the masses. The works of musicians and groups such as Rahala, Sabrin, Reem Banna, Aghani al-Ashiqeen, George Khurmiz, Abu Arab, and Kamila Gibran have served not only as artistic expressions or mobilization tools, but also as repositories of collective memory. Collectively, these songs reflect a trauma of displacement and the aspiration for return, embedding national narratives within melodic structures. The lyrical content, especially in folkloric contexts, incorporating references to specific locales where our agricultural practices and everyday life play a major role in articulating their musicality, and obviously reinforcing a connection to the land. And these musical expressions have become tools for preserving cultural heritage in the face of oppression, both internal and external, and it comes from various directions, the Israeli occupation and exile. By aligning musical expressions with political consciousness, Palestinian musicians assert a collective identity that transcends individual experiences. But there are a lot of nuances that come in between. So I'm going to play this file just to kind of keep you thinking about some other things that they were doing. This is before 1948. So after 1948, there was kind of a major drift towards folkloric and kind of these kind of musical renditions. But in this case, listen to this.
حبيني يا بنت الدار حبيني وخدي دينار حبيني وحب البابا حب الماما وحب الجار حبيني يا بنت الدار حبيني وخدي دينار حبيني وحب البابا حب الماما وحب الجار حبيني يا ست بدور والبابا جابلك عصفور حولك بابور ساعة بيمشي ساعة بدور ساعة بيمشي ساعة بدور فيكي تروحي في مشوار حبيني يا في النار حبيني
This song
وخديني نار حبيني وحبيني
is a children's song from before 1948, and it recalls terms like chocolate, balloons, and things like that are kind of becoming available in the public space. But the interesting thing about it was composed by Yusuf Batrouni, who studied in the Silesian, which is in southern Palestine, under Christian priests. And if you look at, I transcribed this song fully, and when I looked at it, it's exactly written how chorales are written in a Christian context. And a lot of the things that appeared prior to 1948, you can find traces of them in an Iraqi context, in an Egyptian context, in a Jewish context, and so forth and so on. So the relationships were very much all over the place. Here, I just thought it's important to show Yusuf Batrouni is on the top, and he was one of the major contributors to Palestinian music making before 1948. Rawh al-Khammash as well. But the reason I highlighted their names, because they had a major influence in the region beyond 1948. Rawh al-Khammash in Iraq, he was kind of the engine behind creating the educational system in Iraq. Yusuf Radwan, a major singer and composer, settled in Jordan. Riyad al-Bandak worked between Cairo, Beirut, and Syria. Not Jordan, which kind of gets us into another predicament. He wasn't really allowed in Jordan. He was anti the monarchy there. Yahya Saudi settled in Syria. He's not Saudi, this is a nickname. He was a voice teacher and a oud teacher in the conservatory. Under him, a lot of people came out, including Sabah Fakhri. Sabah Fakhri studied under Yahya Saudi. Muhammad Ghazi is another person who specialized in muwashahat. He was the one who sang next to Fairuz in her muwashahat album. He was the one who was commissioned to train Fairuz in how to sing muwashahat. So the Palestinians were very strong in kind of in that sort of thing. Fahd Najjar, he is the child who appeared singing in this song. He started singing at age 7 or 8, and he became really famous, and they actually hired him at age 12. And after that, he ended up in Jordan and became one of their major singers. Nimr Nasser and Nuh Ibrahim, both, they put out a lot of political songs while under the mandate. So in my mind, this is the first evidence of Palestinians engaging in political expression in the form of music. They both got in trouble for it. They were imprisoned, and Nuh Ibrahim got killed in an ambush by the British. Jamil Al-As, he became the head of the radio station in Jordan. So everything folkloric in Jordan after 1948, it's this guy, Jamil Al-As. He was the main composer, and he was behind everything that is happening. Ilyas Awad ended up in Syria. He recorded extensively. Ilyas Awad is the teacher of Muhammad Ghazi. Ilyas Awad is Christian, Muhammad Ghazi is Muslim. And at that time, these things were not exactly, those barriers were not there. Something interesting that Simone Shaheen told me, and Najib, that their father was taught by a Jewish oud player and musician from Safad. So these things were happening in every direction. Augustine Lama is the organist of the Church of Sepulchre, and under him, a lot of other musicians, emerged. Now, when we're thinking about how Palestinians thought about their space in that part of the world, it was of course, it wasn't exactly Pan-Arabism before 1948, right? It started to emerge a bit later, but they had their own version of Pan-Arabism, and I'm going to show you a recording of that. The legacy, nonetheless, of Pan-Arabism, particularly starting in the mid-20th century, profoundly influenced Palestinian musicians. Figures like Sheikh Imam, Muhammad Abdul Wahab, Rahbani brothers, Mircea Khalifa, later name, Ahmed Qabour, also later, though not Palestinians, often included Palestine in their repertoires, contributing to a regional sense of solidarity. And conversely, Palestinian musicians also engaged with broader Arab themes, creating music that resonated across national boundaries. Palestinian artists and groups performed in Arab Western capitals, participating in festivals, collaborating with musicians from different nationalities. At the regional level, their interactions fostered a shared cultural language and reinforced notions of Arab unity. At the international level, their interactions raised awareness of the Palestinian question at the global level, and ultimately music became a space where Palestinian identity could be affirmed within broader Arab and international frameworks, amplifying their political cause and humanizing their struggle. The reason I mentioned Mountain here, because Mountain is a very famous nasheed, an anthem. It was composed, set to music in 1924, during the time when Ibrahim Touqan was studying at the American University in Beirut, and it was set to music by the Flayfel brothers, who are Lebanese. And it was during that time when the whole idea of Mountain meaning my homeland, it wasn't exactly one thing. In the minds of people living there, it could have been something small or something big. Lebanese nationalism was also growing at that time. So to some people, it was only Lebanon, and other people or other communities would think about it as a larger space. In here, I'm going to play this song just shortly. The infrastructure of musical dissemination significantly shaped identity construction between record companies in Cairo and Beirut that played a crucial role in recording and distributing Palestinian music. That's primarily prior to 1948. After 1948, this whole system with Palestinians was ultimately abandoned or dismantled. But before 1948, radio stations like the Palestine Broadcasting Service, PBS, from 1936 to 1948, and the Near East Broadcasting Station from 1941 to 1956, and then Sawt al-Arab and Radio Palestine, they would broadcast nationalist music, enhancing the reach and impact of musical narratives. I must note that during the era prior to 1948, the British did allow nationalist or patriotic music to be broadcast on their station, but never political. So you can talk about the country as being green and fantastic and beautiful and has valleys and the sea and all that, but they were not supposed to ever engage in any political statement. Although at the folkloric level, politics was always present. The performance venues, from local community centers and cafes and cinemas and theaters to concert halls in major Arab cities within Palestine and outside, provided platforms for engagement, and these spaces functioned not merely as sites of entertainment, but also as arenas for political and cultural expression and mobilization. And the choice of venue often signaled the artist's intended audience and ideological alignment, reflecting broader dynamics of access, privilege, and resistance. The song that I'm presenting here, it's from before 1944, most likely, at least that's roughly the date. It was by Yusuf Radwan, the one I mentioned before, who ended up in Jordan. And what he did is, Mawal Baghdadi is a traditional form of vocal music that comes from Baghdad. So this became popular in the Near East in the early 20th century. But what he did, he appropriated some of the intonations, some of the pronunciation aspects of it, and he also added the Egyptian dulab in the beginning. And then just to show that he's appreciative of the Iraqi tradition, he injected an Iraqi specific rhythm called Georgina, which is in 10/8. And you will hear it. It sounds like tum ta tam tum tam ta tum ta tam tum tam underneath. So let's hear the dulab.
بستان حبك حياتي من المباسم ورد يا سعد قاصد حماك ومن لروضك ورد أمان 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 يا نجيني يا سعد قاصد حماك ومن لروضك ورد أمان يابا لو فارقوا السعد عاود بالعواطف ورد أمان 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 يا نجيني يا مهجتي في نعيم العمر.
So it continues. Typically, there are supposed to be 7 poetic lines, and the way he pronounced certain syllables, he did not use the tafkhim, which is something that is used in the Iraqi dialect. He kind of mellowed it down a little bit, and this is also to relate to how the whole region was. These relationalities were coming into play. They were either thinking about it consciously or feeling that, okay, if we want to present something to the world, and if we want to build our own identity, our identity has to be inclusive. And that's something that the Palestinians, even in the literature and the publications of the Palestine Broadcasting Service, were talking about, literally talking about it in those terms. I'm going to introduce another one. This is a local song about the oranges in Jaffa.
حلو يا بردقان طيب يا بردقان حلو يا بردقان طيب يا بردقان طعمك لذيذ سر العطشان حلو يا بردقان طيب يا بردقان حلو يا بردقان طيب يا بردقان طعمك لذيذ سر العطشان سوقك معجوق مليون صندوق وعروق عروق سوقك معجوق مليون صندوق وعروق عروق يا مسقينك بدموع العين وتعبنا عليك فوق السنتين وبالنتيجة يخزي العين يا مسقينك بدموع العين وتعبنا عليك فوق السنتين وبالنتيجة يخزي العين بيضت الوش ومليت السوق حلو يا بردقان.
The song, obviously in Egyptian style from that period, but the singing is in Palestinian, local Palestinian dialect. And the interesting thing that a lot of the things that were happening elsewhere in the Arab world were also happening in Palestinian dialect. If you go back and you explore what Fairuz was doing from the 1948 all the way to the late 1950s, you can find a lot of her songs were actually kind of leaning towards Palestinian dialect. The Rahbani brothers were not sure yet how to capture what is kind of Lebanese. They settled on the Beirut accent at the end, and that's what the Rahbani brothers ended up doing, only Beiruti. So the relationalities of identity, Palestinian identity, some people may disagree with me, especially my own people. It's not monolithic. It's various factors that have shaped it and continue to do so to this day. Religious diversity before 1948, first between Muslims, Christians, and Jews, and after 1948, primarily between Muslims and Christians, has informed both musical content and audience reception. Christian musicians like Yusuf Batrouni, Salvador Arnita before 1948, and George Qirmez after 1948, Camila Gibran Trio, Nizar Rohana, Suhail Khouri, Bassam Shara, Rima Tarazi, Simon Shaheen, all of them have contributed significantly to Palestinian musical heritage, often engaging in collaborations that highlight unity and diversity. And of course, there is a great deal to say about that. You know, how are Christians a subnational group, or are they ethnicities? And those questions always float around. Class dynamics also play a critical role. Urban elites with access to conservatories and international stages often operate differently than rural or working class musicians who may perform in more localized or informal settings. These class distinctions influence musical style, language, and thematic focus. And as a working musician, I've been active in music making in the context of the West Bank in particular since I was a child. I was on stage from age 12. By age graduating from high school, I was already shredded all the wedding groups and the folk groups and all of them. I will go home at 3 o'clock in the morning. And those nuances are very much there and very strong, from urban to rural to working class to elite. It's interesting. Class dynamics also play geography further complicates identity construction. Palestinians in the West Bank versus Gaza and Israel and the diaspora encounter different social realities that shape their artistic expressions. And I put out a survey during my dissertation work for musicians all over the world, and you will be surprised the kind of answers that I got back. And they're entirely different outlook on identity and identification of self and so forth and so on. So musicians from the center urban hubs like Ramallah and Haifa, as an example, may have more institutional support than those in peripheral areas, leading to disparities in visibility and influence. Now, of course, the British came in with the notion of, based on their own wording, educate and elevate. That's the exact term that they used. So we can look at this from the perspective of decolonization. But if you want to just deal with it as is, Yusuf Batrouni, again, had a lot of Western ensembles. Typically, this is one of the images of Batrouni's groups. Batrouni is the guy on the left standing. If I'm not mistaken, the person with the glasses is Issa Janine. He's an organist and pianist. We know very little about the rest. I suspect that many of them were actually Jewish from newcomers. And some Arabs from the elite class who just were coming in as guests, did not want to be hired or engaged further. So listen to this file. This is 1943, I believe. so you get the idea. There are the lyrical component of it, and even the instrumentation resembles a great deal the balalaika ensembles that were popular in that during that time, even in the United States. The Palestinian musicians, they must also contend. We were talking about this briefly, Neil and I, yesterday, with the legacies of colonialism and the ongoing realities of the Israeli occupation and the geopolitical oppression, which I can talk about more, obviously, on any of these subjects. The British Mandate period introduced new ways of thinking about music: instrumentation, composition, performance practice, and musical forms, while simultaneously suppressing indigenous political expressions. You have to remember that in folk contexts, politics was very much part of how people wrote their lyrics, and they delivered them in song form. The British, as I mentioned before, did embrace patriotic songs as long as they glorified the homeland and the people, but punished all those who attempted to express political thought through music, such as Nuh Ibrahim and Nimr Nasser. Later, Israeli cultural policies and censorship further constrained Palestinian artistic production. Some musicians felt that making music under Israeli occupation was too restrictive and ended up leaving the country altogether. I mean, some of the names that I mentioned in the post-1967 era are mostly now living abroad. They're not even in the West Bank. But despite these challenges, musicians have found ways to subvert dominant narratives and assert their identity, whatever that is. And songs often incorporate elements of resistance and critique, using poetic symbols and metaphors to hide the true meaning of their songs and bypass censorship. I was part of that movement in the 1980s, and some of the albums that we put out kind of resemble this narrative. But I can also tell you from experience that didn't always work. We were still kind of sought after, and kind of an Israeli Iraqi interrogator would look me in the face and say, you think I don't know what you're saying? So that's exactly what used to happen. But music, at the end, becomes an act of defiance, challenging internal and external power structures and asserting cultural sovereignty. One thing that I need to kind of at least bring awareness to, that those radio stations that were designed by the British, in the whole region actually, to this day, all of the radio stations in the region, Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, the formal ones, they still embrace the same apoliticization trajectory. You're not allowed to talk politics. You will never find a political song on Jordan's radio, Palestine's radio, Syrian radio, Lebanese radio, Egyptian radio. Patriotic, yes, but nothing political. You never see Sheikh Imam or Marcel Khalifa or doing any of that. So the birth of political songs, again, it goes to these two, Nuh Ibrahim and Nimr Nasser. This song I managed to find. He did put it out on a disc by Sudwa, a label from Aleppo, and he's making fun of Mr. Dill. Mr. Dill was Sir John Greer Dill, commander of the British forces in Palestine and Transjordan from 1936 to 1937, and I can assure you, Mr. Dill did not really like it.
نداء خاص موجه للقائد العام للجيوش الإنجليزية في فلسطين. يا حضرة القائد لا تظن الأم بتمل يا حضرة القائد لا تظن الأم امي بتمل لكن انت سايرها لكن انت سايرها يمكن على يدك بتحل يا حضرة القائد سل.
The song doesn't change in melody, it only changes in lyrics. But the interesting thing that I found in this, and also in the children's song that we listened to, that they both used folkloric poetic meters. The first one used dal'una, and this one is using al-murabba. Al-murabba, you probably heard it before when you will have someone saying, غنى الحادي وقال بيوت بيوت الغنى الحادي سدوا الدرب منينا فوتا فوتوا واقدر بعنادي يا حلالي يا مالي يا حلالي يا مالي. This is called مربع. Nuh Ibrahim took the poetic form and set it to different music, and he added a lot of other instruments. Batruni did the same thing. We don't know who the lyricist is, but he took the same thing and he set dal'una, which is another folkloric form, to different kind of music, more like, Anglican, chorales. There are several case studies that illustrate these dynamics in contemporary settings. For example, the works of Mustafa al-Kurd, George Qirmez, Sabrin, it's a group from Jerusalem, Rahala, and Rimbanna. They all have used poetry, known poetry by the people, and they basically took these famous poems and they set them to music. By Mahmoud Darwish, Hussein Barghouti, Rashid Hussein, Samih al-Qasim, Fawzi al-Bakri. And just like an aside note, many of these songs are unknown to the outside people, to the outside world. Most of the time, they kind of known within the urban centers in Palestine, but they're not available on recordings, commercial recordings outside of Palestine most of the time. In their songs, they addressed issues of identity, discrimination, social justice, and so forth and so on. They also incorporate political undertones and evoke images of resistance and endurance. Their songs exemplify how generations of Palestinian musicians within the West Bank and Israel navigate hybrid identities and engage with global cultural trends while remaining rooted in their local realities. I remember that during the 1980s, I was part of the Rahala group. I was the oudist with them and the arranger. And one thing that it really did not even occur to us, or kind of didn't matter to us, that when we incorporated Western instruments, a guitar or a double bass or piano or anything like that, it wasn't really a matter of West, East and West or any of this. To us, we were just trying to find the best tools in the room that are available to us so we can express something that we feel valuable. It's just that simple. Same thing with Sabrin, and I interviewed most of them, and I've known them from before. Obviously now, in the digital age, Palestinian musicians increasingly utilize social media and streaming platforms to reach international audiences. And this global exposure allows for new forms of cultural diplomacy. And I actually wrote an article about this, about cultural diplomacy, where artists act as unofficial ambassadors of Palestinian identities or other forms of identities that they want to promote or connect to. Online collaborations and virtual performances have further expanded the possibilities for cultural exchange and solidarity. At the same time, Palestinian music, in terms of global visibility, invites critical engagement with issues of appropriation, representation, and authenticity. And musicians often try to navigate these complexities while maintaining a connection to their communities. And finally, those musicians occupy a unique position at the crossroads of culture, politics, and identity. And through their art, They construct and contest notions of self and community, and engage with a range of relationalities that include religion, class, geography, and power. Their work contributes to broader conversations about the role of culture in resistance and the formation of collective identity. And by examining the ways in which Palestinian musicians operate within across various social fields, this presentation underscores the enduring relevance of music as a tool for cultural affirmation and political expression in the Arab world and beyond. And just to make it easier for you, you can scan this barcode so you can have a copy of this presentation. Thank you. When you hear this is in 1948, outside the broadcasting station service in Jerusalem. This is the battle for the radio station outside of it. Rex Keating recorded it, 7 minutes. This is the shooting that was taking place outside the radio station in 1948. There were a lot of the Jewish militias were coming in, and the first thing they wanted to capture was the Palestine broadcasting service. I thought this is interesting. The British Archive. I managed to trace Rex Keating's kind of area, and I started skimming through it virtually with someone on the other side, and I had to basically buy everything and just sort through it until I found this. Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah. Thank you.
Set that up. It's called Resonant Absences. That's my first last name. Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to thank Edwin for the invitation to come and speak with you today, and of course the Institute for Sacred Music, and it's Eben, and of course Katya for organizing everything. Greetings to, I was going to get that QR code, it didn't work before. Let's see if you have it. That's the one, yeah, that'll do it. I don't have any musical examples today, but I'm still kind of resonating with what Issa played for us, so just keep those in mind. I've got all sorts of comments for him, including the fact that I studied with Mustafa al-Kurd in Jerusalem, and one of my teachers from Damascus, Abdul al-Kurd, was likely the bass player in Al-Bakhtuni's band that he showed there from 1943, because he talked a lot about having studied with and performed with Al-Bakhtuni and for the PBS, both for Radio Jerusalem. So again, thank you. I'll be talking about resonant absences, musical relationalities across the Mediterranean. Open with some brief, mainly theoretical comments, then I'll breeze through 3 kind of case studies that will kind of set the stage for what I hope can be a very fruitful discussion about some of these same themes. Hope that this works here. Which one do I press? That one? This one? One of these. There we go. So the Mediterranean has long been romanticized as a crossroads of civilizations, a so-called liquid continent of exchange and hybridity. Yet, as Ian Chambers has argued in his well-known text, or should be well-known at least, Mediterranean Crossings, this seductive image often conceals violent erasures and occluded memories. Franco Cassano offers us another critical lens, the Italian philosopher, the Mediterranean as inherently polyphonic, a space of multiplicity that's been reduced to monophony by Northern European, or what he called Anglo-Saxon perspectives. This sort of flattening transforms the rich heterogeneity of Mediterranean cultures into a relatively simplistic narrative of northern development versus southern backwardness. The same reductive impulse marginalizes others, often Jews, Roma, Muslims, among others, depending on the context, leading to some of the erasures that I'll explore today. What's particularly striking is how many forms of Arab nationalism and pan-nationalism have often reproduced these same patterns of erasure, eliding the crucial contributions of Jews in particular to what we now call Arab and Muslim cultures, and I use those terms in quotations, despite decades of scholarship, including by our distinguished colleague here, showing the relationality of the so-called three cultures of the Mediterranean. In this way, Arab nationalisms have been inadvertently co-opted by the very Anglo-Saxon perspectives they might have resisted, favoring monophony over polyphony, homogeneity over heterogeneity, unity over what Chambers, Horden and Purcell, and many other scholars of the Mediterranean might refer to as the pelagic or aquacentric indeterminacy of the sea itself. So in this talk, I approach the Mediterranean not as a space of harmony, but as a field of relational tensions, where memory, forgetting, and musical identity are co-constituted across historical divides. Drawing on some case studies from my own research in Syria, Morocco, Spain, and sort of vicarious research in Palestine and Israel, despite my having studied there for a bit, I explore what I call lieux d'effacement créatif, sites of creative erasure, where musical memory persists not in the archive, including the recorded archive, but in embodied gestures, spectral presences, and reconfigured collaborations. These erasures are not only voids, but rather relational openings, moments when musical identities are shaped by the very absences they bear. In the spirit of Fannie Bialek's vision of relationality as a mode of selfhood made through and by others, I propose that musical life in Islamic or Islamicate lands and diasporas must be understood through these resonant absences, where what is missing shapes what survives. Through these crossings, I ask how relationality in Mediterranean musics might operate through both presence and absence, through resonant absences where musical identities are constituted, not just through engagement with others, but through the ghostly resonances of those who have been silenced. In doing so, I hope to accentuate some of the polyphony inherent in Mediterranean musical cultures against the flattening impulses of both European and other nationalist historiographies. As Bialek points out, relationality encourages us as scholars and as artists to seek connections and interactions that belie simple grand narratives of peoples, nations, regions, and cultures, as well as their related origin stories. Musically, we might understand that as a movement away from monophonic and hegemonic to more polyphonic and at least heterophonic understandings of the relationships amongst self, other, and place. This is especially the case in the Mediterranean region, where millennia of cultural confluences, from trade and pilgrimage to conquest and migration, forced and otherwise, have created a nexus for exchange, although we should be careful following Chambers, Cassano, and many others not to impose this hegemonic Anglo-Saxon or Eurocentric model onto these exchanges, since they often as not reveal power differentials, violences of one form or another, including epistemic violences, as well as ruptures. Yes. The Mediterranean has often been understood to be what Pierre Nora famously termed a lieu de mémoire, or site of memory. That is, a transnational site of memory shaping collective identities and narratives across its bordering nations. The sea, in this view, serves as a place where histories, cultures, and memories intersect, offering a complex and multifaceted understanding of the region's past and present. Nora coined the term lieu de mémoire to describe physical places, events, or symbols, including monuments, that become containers of national memory in the absence of lived traditions. These include institutionalized, often monumentalized forms, heavily symbolic, such as archives, including recording archives, flags, cemeteries, anniversaries. They're often part of a top-down narrative, often nationalistic and institutionalized, and they emphasize preservation, even as they signal a break from organic memory, what he called milieu de mémoire. However, as critics such as Michel Roche-Trouillot, Anne Stoller, and many others have noted, Nora's model centers the nation state and its mnemonic logic. It pays little attention to silenced, embodied, or subaltern forms of memory, and it often treats memory as stable or complete rather than contested, layered, or spectral. We might add that for Nora, memory is abstract, and if embodied, it is done so principally in material objects, statues, flags, recordings, for our purposes. Moreover, the idea of the Mediterranean as a lieu de mémoire draws principally on the older trope of the Mediterranean confluences and hybridities, not the more nuanced and political sort of analysis that a Cassano or Chambers would bring to this, among many others. For this reason, I want to propose that we understand Mediterranean relationality in terms not only of lieu de mémoire, but also what we might call lieu d'effacement créatif. Let me use the French just because Nora was using it and we're familiar with that term. Sites of creative erasure as a corrective to Nora's notion. Of course, the term lieu d'effacement has also been used by several French historians, but not in the sense that I propose here. I consider lieu d'effacement créatif to be sites of cultural practices where memory is constituted not through preservation, but through erasure, rupture, or absence. Yet paradoxically, this erasure becomes generative or creative. They're not memorials to what is remembered, but resonant spaces where what is forgotten or silenced continues to shape cultural practices and identity through embodied sonic or relational means. Where lieux de mémoire are abstract and static, lieux d'effacement are generative and dynamic, embodied, not only monumental, subaltern and relational, not hegemonic. These sites do not fix memory, but produce it through gaps and ruptures. There is often sites of forgetting, what Juan Goytisolo termed memorycide, and amnesia as the hour of national memorialization. They emerge in cultural contact zones, diasporic circuits, or in minor histories. Moreover, they follow nonlinear temporalities and thereby challenge Anglo-Saxon or Eurocentric teleologies. These sites are also hauntological in Derrida's sense, in that what was erased may return unexpectedly via collaborations, migrations, reperformances. They therefore challenge the teleology of Western memory work in national archives. Finally, they are aesthetic and political and function as aesthetic resistances to ideological closures in the way that Issa has talked about for musical performances, polyphonic or heterophonic acts of refusal, continuity, or affiliation. For lieux d'effacement créatif are not spaces of preserved national memory, but zones where forgetting has produced aesthetic residues, spectral presences, or relational practices. Unlike Nora's lieux de mémoire, which enshrine memory, lieux d'effacement créatif highlight how absences, whether institutional, cultural, or political, shape musical life. And these sites erase contributions, for example, of diasporic Jews, of complex Andalusi lineages, displaced musics and musicians, are not simply lost, but remain sonically and bodily present through gesture, style, and circulation. These are not only archives of what has been, but imaginative spaces for what might be remembered otherwise. So what follows, I want to briefly talk about three sets of relationalities, East-West, North-South, and intra-Levantine as lieu d'effacement créatif. East-West, I want to talk about my earlier research on narratives of Al-Andalus and Andalusi music. And the North-South, a little bit more about the Andalusi connections across the Strait of Gibraltar, and the quest for a recovery of a certain type of relationality via practices of forgetting. And then third, the intra-Levantine circuits between Palestine, Israel, and Syria, some of which were already resonating with Issa's talk. In examining these turbulent confluences, lieux d'effacement créatif invite relational readings across erased or disconnected communities, Andalusi traces in Syrian music, hidden histories of Moroccan Jewish Andalusi repertoires, the hauntological presence of Jewish musicians in contemporary Aleppo, and of Aleppan music in contemporary Israel. Because these reflections are based on prior research, I'm just going to mention them in outline form here, and we can dive into them for purposes of discussion. That was the one I was supposed to get earlier. So, here's the East-West crossing. So, East-West crossings, I'm thinking about Chambers' notion of the Mediterranean as a broken archive, in addition to Cassano's critique of sort of Eurocentric Anglo-Saxon modernity. They're going to talk about the standard narrative of Al-Andalus and Andalusi music culture, one that talks about this heroic figure of Zirdiab crossing over from Baghdad, likely through Aleppo, the stories say, ending up in Tunis and then going up to found Al-Andalus's musical schools, as well as bringing such things as asparagus, chess, sartorial styles, and everything. The Ziryab myth itself, and Dwight Reynolds, Carl Davila, many others have pointed out that there's very little evidence for such a figure, let alone adding a fifth string to the oud and all these things that he's supposed to have done. There are many couple of Ziryabs in Kitab al-Aghani, for example, and most of the story comes from the 17th century al-Maqri's text, al-Nahr al-Tib. So there's a lot of mythologizing going on there. And this is also a space of creative forgetting about the many other multiple connections that created the story of Al-Andalus, including the Amazighi, or what we used to call Berber connections that are often effaced in the Arab nationalist mythology. This is certainly the case in Syrian Umayyad Andalusi legacies, as well as myths and erasures. When I was working in Syria from the mid-90s until about just before the advent of the first portion of the revolution in 2011, the Al-Andalus myth was very strong, and the Syrian Umayyad connections were often accentuated at every level, from the popular up to the governmental. And this was promoted primarily in the 50s and 60s by figures like Nizar Qabbani, the great poet. For those of you who know his poetic texts, Granada, for example, Granata, this famous poem of his he wrote in 1963, based on seeing the tour guide at the Alhambra and seeing his own granddaughter in it, and like finding Syria in Spain, and in creating these connections that were accentuated in 2006 with Syria as the cultural capital, Damascus as cultural capital of the Arab world, and it had its opening ceremonies in Cordoba, not in Damascus. And a Syrian oud player performed there with the attendance of the late dictator President Bashar al-Assad and his wife. We also find there's a lot of Spanish nostalgia for Al-Andalus, including borrowing from Svetlana Boym, what she calls ersatz, nostalgia for things that they never had. This includes, of course, the Fundación Tres Culturas, which talks about religious communities, ethnic communities as cultures, which is a kind of flattening itself. Casa Árabe, which is really fun and interesting, but again, it's in some ways reviving and acknowledging the Arab traditions in the plural of the Iberian Peninsula, but also inventing and reinventing them and flattening them out as Arab. The FUNCI, which is the Fundación de la Cultura Islámica, and also Madrid, does this through the creation of Andalusi gardens, all including in Aleppo. It didn't survive. And the tourism of the Juderias, some of which are actually fake Juderias that didn't exist, that they're finding and celebrating for touristic purposes, Jewish quarters in Spanish cities where they didn't exist, but also the idea that 500 years after kicking the Jews out, they want to celebrate that they used to live in certain areas. Again, this is a flattening out, not to deny that, yes, those quarters existed, but the use of them for sort of cultural policies to the modern Spanish state. We see this also in many contemporary collaborations, including the celebrated West Eastern Divan Orchestra, which has its own troubled history as well as wonderful recordings, and there have been a number of interesting academic reviews of that experiment. We've got some Syrian, Moroccan, and Spanish collaborations that point towards melodic affinities and imagined sonic archives that span the Mediterranean, but which falter on political realities of access to visas and funds for travel and so on and so forth. So that there's a lot of this sort of idea that there must be this sort of pan Syrian, Moroccan, Spanish, Andalusi musical archive that can just be accessed and get everybody together. But the reality is that the musical systems are quite distinct. The instrumentation, the vocal styles don't mesh as well as the ideologies would predict. In terms of north-south crossings, again, there's a lot of active forgetting going on, if not memory side, again, borrowing from Goethe Solo. I remember, and Jonathan G knows, Ben Musa, who's a lawyer, but also the musical director of a well-known Andalusi ensemble in Fez. And I was interviewing him for my penultimate book project, and I asked him about Jewish musicians and their contribution to the Al-Ala tradition, which is the instrumental musical tradition, the Andalusi tradition. And he kind of looked around his office, and he opened up this drawer and pulled out this piece of paper. So here's a list of them, but it didn't get into his actual book about Andalusi musicians. And I asked him why. I said, well, it's delicate. And he put it back into his drawer. It's like a secret file of the Jewish contributors to the Ala tradition. You find that there was a Hebrew version of the Kunash al-Hayek, which is the sort of text of from the late 18th century, 1788 or so, of the Andalusi traditions. And it's often talked about as simply just a translation from the Arabic, but we know from Walter Benjamin, amongst others, that translation is also a form of transformation, and that the Hebrew Kunash al-Hayek is not just a simple translation, it's a reconfiguration of a tradition that itself is considered to be Andalusi, and yet at least 1/3 of the poetic texts in the Kunash al-Hayek are in Moroccan dialectical Arabic that would have been composed in Morocco, not in Al-Andalus. Also, movements towards musical notation and standardization, the publication of songbooks of this tradition that are part of, as Carl Davila has pointed out, flatten out a tradition of mixed orality and oral transmission that would have included the contributions of Jewish composers as well as performers. They get kind of stamped out of that process, whether it's Yunus Hashami, for example, who's, by the way, is Palestinian, notating these works, or Hamid Buriwell, the disciple of the Kurinayas, doing the same. And we have these Spanish-Moroccan musical confluence, Ruaf al-Musiqiyya. This is Omar Matiwi, the 21st century Ibn Baya, Ibn Baja, who's a pharmacist, musician, who has this organization called Ruaf al-Musiqiyya in Tangier. But these are one-way bridges. The Spaniards can come over and collaborate with him, but the Moroccans can't go to Spain and return the favor, so to speak. So again, some sort of active forgettings and barriers here. Then finally, some Levantine circulations in sort of sonic bodies or corps sonore de mémoire. We might talk about them in spectral presences. I wrote about this in a book chapter, particularly about the Ghazala family. I wrote this chapter about when I was studying Qanun in Aleppo and learning about so-called Jewish fingers, that the hand position of an octave distance between the right and left hand in the Qanun was something invented by the teacher of my teacher's teacher's teacher, who was Yaqub Ghazala, who was a Jewish performer, who invented what is now a standard technique. So he said, my fingers are Jewish fingers, as the teacher called it. I published this, and people read this the wrong way, like Jewish fingers. Like, no, it's actually the hand position. And the great-grandson of this particular performer contacted me, said, that was my great-grandfather. My grandfather, Salim Ghazala, actually continued to perform and compose. It turns out that there's memory embodied in this actual hand position, that this is an actual embodied memory of a set of musical collaborations that existed throughout, for generations that were eclipsed with 1948. And that resists standard narratives. In that same piece, I talk about a famous photograph that shows all the great musicians of Aleppo, and with a sign that shows all their names, except for it doesn't show all their names. I said, how about those folks? Oh, those are the Jewish musicians. They didn't put their names down because it didn't fit into the narrative, including Salim Ghazala, Yaqub Ghazala, and many others. So we see that with these sorts of memories, embodied memories, and these spectral presences, these ontological presences, return, so that somebody like Shaul Ghazala, for example, write his name, actually performs these same songs. He plays the oud, he cooks Arab food at home, and he speaks Arabic, and he and his cousins perform, and all sorts of instruments, qanun and oud and violin. There's sort of persistence and recovery, and even a nostalgia for this. Even we might think of this as a form of resistance to these grand narratives that would separate Haifa from Aleppo, the same way that they might have separated today Damascus from Jerusalem, when in 1943 my friend Shach Sukar was performing in the radio ensembles in Jerusalem, and that there was all this circulation going on. So these are just a few examples of forms of musical relationality that include presence and connection, but also spectral or even ontological absences. In considering music and memory in particular, we need to move beyond these archives, including recording archives, important as they might be, toward questions of embodiment, I would suggest. This asks us to move beyond the monophonic frame of nationalism, including methodological nationalisms, of which some of us end up being trapped, in which some of us are trapped, toward more polyphonic, relational, but also fractured geographies. In these contexts of lieu d'effacement créatif, musicking becomes a refusal of forgetting, as well as a form of resistance in times of crisis. And with that, I just want to say thank you very much for your attention. We'd be happy to elaborate on any of those themes later on.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you, everyone. Thanks very much, Jonathan and Issa. It's great to be on a panel with both of you. I've been on many panels with Jonathan and never with Issa, so it's great to learn from you. And thank you so much to everyone for making this possible, to Edwin, to Nili, and to Katya, and everybody else who's been involved. And Oded, thanks for introducing us and being here. So what I'm going to do today is I am going to just walk through a book project that I'm completing now, in the sense that it's out of my hands for the time being. And I'm going to basically walk through in 15 minutes the basic kind of gist of this project. And I want to give you a little bit of a background. Can you hear me, by the way? Am I speaking loudly enough? Okay. I'm going to speak through basically where this project came from and the shape it's taken since it began. So this project is the child of my first book, The Lost Paradise, that Oded mentioned before, which was a study of a movement of musical revival in Algeria that began at the high water mark of French colonial rule around 1900, and that is still alive to today. So this is a revival of Andalusi music, la musique andalouse, what's sometimes known as Sana'a, or it goes actually by many different names, Harnati. There's quite a few different names for this. And this is a movement that began around 1900. It's still alive today. It's the very basis of what is known as the classical musical tradition of Algeria and related Ala in Morocco, and Malouf in Tunisia and Libya. And this was a project in which Muslims and Jews were all over the place, particularly in that turn of the century movement of revival. So this was a project that made me think a lot about Muslims and Jews in the Algerian colonial context. And that I knew that this was a revival that continues to be alive today, and that continues to be important for memory of Muslims and Jews. So one of the key figures I was writing about was this figure Edmond Nathan-Yafil, who was this central figure in that musical revival. He was a publisher, a musician, a composer, an editor, an entrepreneur, an important pioneering figure in the recording, in sound recording. And this is an image of him from later in life. By the way, he was not born in 1877. He was born in 1874, but that's okay. And these are the two versions of his very important collection of printed texts from the Andalusi music tradition, really mainly of his native Algiers. But this is a book that continues to be very important in musical circles. So I was fascinated by this figure of Yafil and the afterlife of this majmua, this diwan of song texts in this muwashah form. And these are the two versions, right, in Arabic orthography and in Hebrew orthography, right? They're both in Arabic, but this is Judeo-Arabic. This is the kind of the more standard image. So he was on my mind a lot, and others who were alongside him in this period. What I tried not to do was I tried not to separate out Jews from Muslims in that project. So I was really, really concerned with saying there's not going to be a chapter in this book that's about Muslims and Jews. It's just going to be Yafil and others who are just going to kind of be part of that story. And that was a satisfying approach. I felt that was an important approach. However, it also felt in retrospect that I was doing some avoidance of various kinds. So one of the things is that people did talk about Jews and Muslims in terms of distinct groups in certain moments, right? There are moments in the archival record I was working with where that became significant, and I tended to downplay those moments. The other thing is that we're talking about the historical record, but we're also talking about memory. And in memory of the Algerian colonial and pre-colonial past, that question of Muslims and Jews as distinct but connected groups is really important, right? And there's some interesting questions. Is that something post-1962, post-independence, right? That's being kind of read back. Or is that something that is kind of trickling down, there's a certain continuity? So that was a question that was very important. It was also clear to me that music, similarly to what Issa was talking about in terms of music as a kind of symbol, right, and as a political symbol, as something that people rally around, the music is very important in memory of the Algerian Jewish past and of the Muslim-Jewish interface in pre-62 Algeria. So what we can find is a lot in the Algerian diaspora in France, both among Jews and Muslims, lots of discussion of Jewish musicians, for example. And when this book came out, Yehud al-Jazair, it's really focused on the Jews of Algeria and specifically musicians. And I was mentioned in this book, and Phil was mentioned in this book. I was like, uh-oh, I better write about this, right? And I was particularly concerned, this is written by a friend of mine, but I was also concerned about certain ways in which I actually disagreed with his approach here. And I felt like I needed to speak more directly about this topic. And the other thing is, some of you may have seen this film, El Gusto, which is a fascinating film by Safinas Bousbia, had a lot of success in France and actually in Algeria. And it's a very compelling film, and it's also incredibly romanticizing about this kind of this kind of reconnection of Muslim and Jewish performers. And there's a lot of silence. There's a lot of things that are silenced in this film. So I was really also felt like there was something happening in the air that was making me think, okay, I better like do something and think through this in terms of the work I've been doing on this project. So the project basically is a typical second project in the sense that I thought it would be like a couple of years. I chip chop do that, and of course it took a while. It's taken a while, and part of it is that conceptually it proved much more complex than I was expecting, and I think the thing that was really challenging for me was how to talk about what I have come to call the Muslim-Jewish musical interface without falling into various traps. So on the one hand, I wanted to emphasize belonging, right? This sort of Jewish Arabic-speaking indigeneity within the Maghrebi and specifically Algerian context that had so attracted me in the first place in that first book project. On the other hand, how do you come up with a way of talking about Muslims and Jews without segregating them from one another, right? And that's a really interesting question. For me, that's actually very, very challenging. And it gets into the question of this idea of closeness and what that means. So I think closeness and relationality are very linked concepts. For me, I came at some point to realize that closeness inherently assumes distinct subjects, right? If I was not a distinct subject from you, how would we be close? How could we actually talk about closeness in the first place? So that is a sort of conundrum, a sort of paradox that faced me from early on in this project. And I've tried to think through this in various ways. And one of the people who I found really helpful was the Brazilian anthropologist Oded Erez de Castro. And his work has been picked up by other anthropologists, including Nili Belkind, who's done some very interesting work about Sicily and Tunisia. And one of the things that jumped out to me was Erez de Castro's contrast between what he talks about as an idiom of brotherhood and the idiom of affinity. So I'm just going to really quickly run through these things. So for him, this idiom of brotherhood or fraternity is when two partners in any relation are defined as connected insofar as they can be conceived to have something in common. That is, as being in the same relation to a third term. To relate is to assimilate, to unify, and to identify. So this is coming out of kind of classic discussions of kinship in anthropology, but that third term, in terms of brotherhood, he's using that term, has to do with that father and mother figure, right? So you have the common parents, that's the shared third term in kinship, and then we are in a relationship of brotherhood in his idiom through that common relationship to the third term. And he contrasts this with the idea of affinity, which he sees much more prominent in the Amazonian context. So Amazonian ontologies postulate difference rather than identity as the principle of relationality. If all men are brothers in law rather than brothers, then a relation can only exist between what differs, insofar as it differs. Difference is a condition of signification, not a hindrance. And so translated into kinship terminology here, right, instead of the brothers, this is the idea that of my brother-in-law, right? So I have a relationship to my wife, and then my brother-in-law has a relationship to my wife as well, and those are actually distinct relationships. This is obviously very intensely gendered in a particular way. That's coming out of Veras de Castro's own work, but I found it to be very, very helpful for thinking through certain options, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to very briefly walk through the four lenses that I am trying to think through. I'm trying to look at the Muslim-Jewish interface through these four lenses. And I'm going to emphasize two things here. One is that these are lenses that I think come out through the archival record. I actually can see the applicability of these lenses. But they also come out in ways of speaking, both past and present ways of speaking. So today, in memory of this Muslim-Jewish interface around in various forms of Algerian music, I can see all four of these as possible routes of memory. All right, and what I'm trying to do here is kind of walk through them. So I'm going to very briefly walk through these, and then I'll close. So the first one is this idiom of brotherhood, and this idiom of brotherhood, which Viveros de Castro is critiquing, and I also critique, this is the dominant idiom for remembering the Muslim-Jewish musical past. All right, and this is true both in Algeria and in France. It's true among both Muslims and Jews who are interested in this topic. And this is truly a lens that draws attention to this idea of music as the link. So often people talk about music as cement. So this is a very, very common metaphor. And that cement metaphor is very important. What is that cement metaphor about? It's about two blocks, fairly homogeneous blocks, that are thought of as distinct from one another, that then get linked through music. Another term that often gets used is the idea of the hyphen. And this is actually people like non-scholars who use that word hyphen, right? For thinking about this. So what is the hyphen here? It is music itself. And that's very powerful. It comes very naturally to many people to use that image of the hyphen, of brotherhood, of fraternity, of cement. And it's very powerful in the sense that it draws attention in a context that usually is presented as a story of Jews as entirely outsiders or as sort of neo-settlers, people who became tied to the French colonial project and then left. It is a way of talking about a sort of deep past, a deep past of indigeneity, of shared Arabic language culture that goes way, way back, right? And it's often talked about in terms of there was this deep brotherhood that was then effaced by colonialism, and then music stands as a sort of talisman, a kind of symbol, a kind of remnant of that very deep past. And that's a very attractive idiom. I can see why it's a dominant idiom. It also, to me, is very problematic in various ways. And so throughout the book, I'm kind of struggling with this idiom of brotherhood. And just very briefly, what is problematic? What does it hide? It hides many things, including heterogeneity among Muslims and among Jews, various forms of much deeper sort of confluence and connection. And it also tends to hide musical heterogeneity. So if you think about cement, right, that cement metaphor is all about this substance that is consistent, right, that is undifferentiated, and then it links these two undifferentiated blocks, one here and one there. And so it tends to, I think, simplify in many, many different ways. It also tends to be very close to this question of rupture. So one of the fascinating things about discourses about this musical brotherhood is that it almost always has some form of rupture that's right up against it, whether it's the rupture of colonialism, whether it's the rupture of independence and then exile, as in the case of Sheikh Raymond, who is this sort of symbol of this sort of connection, but then who is assassinated probably by the FLN right before Algerian independence. These various moments of brotherhood are always super tied to rupture. And so it's one of these things that kind of gets reproduced again and again and again. It can feel very romanticizing, very simplifying. At the same time, of course, it points to some deep truths about Muslim-Jewish musical connection over many, many centuries, which I don't want to deny. So if brotherhood is dominant, but in some ways quite dissatisfying, what are some other lenses? So before we end with this lens of affinity, I want to talk through two other lenses. The first is this lens of hierarchy. And so this, in some ways, has been very helpful for kind of just like combating some of the simplifications or romanticizations of the brotherhood lens. Why? Because what we can often find is Jews as very prominent as usually working class professional musicians in the 19th and 20th centuries. And that's true actually throughout the Maghreb. And it's not that there were no Muslim professional musicians, including working class Muslim professional musicians, but we do see a particular prominence of Jews in these professional settings, and it really tracks very closely to the classic hypothesis from Alan Merriam from a long time ago about the idea of professional musicianship as a sort of outsider, low status occupation. And this, we can see, this is an image from 1889 from Paris, from the Algeria Pavilion. And this is the Algeria Pavilion. It's a kind of recreation of an Algiers cafe. And not all the performers here are Jewish, but almost all of the musicians who are playing in the center here are Jewish performers, mainly from Algiers. At the center on the Rebab is Abraham Jan, who is from a very, very humble extended family of professional musicians who died in poverty, I believe in 1910. And the fact that Jews were very, very prominent in this sort of ensemble that would have been kind of exported to France, right, for this particular purpose and then returned to Algiers, that's a fascinating moment, but it also speaks to this prominence of Jews in these cafe settings, which were in fact looked down upon by more elite amateur performers and music consumers. And there's fascinating 19th century documents that really zero in on this. So hierarchy in some ways is a helpful way of countering some of the romanticization from that brotherhood question. It also has its problems, right? It also covers over certain things. So for example, it covers over, tends to emphasize a sort of elite perspective on music. Among working class musicians themselves, I don't find a lot of evidence of a consciousness of Jewish difference per se, and that emphasis on Jewish difference and sometimes Jewish subalterity tends to be emphasized in elite amateur musicians' discourse about the working class musicians. So there's some very interesting sorts of erasures that can come through this. However, it's also very helpful, and we can even find traces of this in contemporary memory, both in Algeria and in France, about the Algerian Jewish musical past. Third is this lens of rivalry. So rivalry is something that we can find both in contemporary memory of the past and in some documents from the early 20th century, particularly in this moment when music becomes more and more a part of the Algerian public sphere. So one of the fascinating things about the Andalusi musical revival in the early 20th century was that Yafil and others were important in establishing amateur associations for the performance of Andalusi music and for the preservation of Andalusi music in the public sphere. Those first associations were almost entirely made up of Jewish performers. And it's not until around 1930 that we start to get associations that are predominantly Muslim in the public sphere. Now, what's really fascinating about this is that some of the leading Muslim performers who were involved in those predominantly Jewish associations themselves remarked that there was a reticence among elite Muslim Algerian performers who were amateurs to perform outside the home. All right, so this comes back to this older question about musical hierarchy and the sort of problematic aspects of public performance. But what eventually happens is that we start to see a sort of bifurcation of ensembles, where we have mainly Jewish ensembles and then mainly more elite Muslim ensembles that are being established that are amateur associations. So this is a fascinating sort of bifurcation that we start to see in the interwar period. And we also sometimes see commentary on this. Now, sometimes this commentary is, those guys don't do this music properly, right? And we have the right way of doing it. But in other cases, it's actually framed, particularly in contemporary memory in Algeria, as not necessarily a terrible thing, that there were these sorts of competitive relationships over things like radio airtime, or about performing at the opera house and things like this. Why? Sometimes people talk about this sort of rivalry as in fact having been a positive contribution to the sort of modernization and fluorescence of Andalusian music in this period. So there's some very interesting aspects of rivalry in which instead of this image of brotherhood where everybody's just playing the same music, etc., yes, there is common repertoire. However, at the same time, there is this sense that, okay, there are actually ways in which people are trying to capture these repertoires in the public sphere. And so there's some really fascinating aspects of this that come out through the lens of rivalry. Finally, the lens of affinity. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is my favorite. I have an affinity for affinity. And this is coming back to Viveros de Castro's image, right, of that kind of in-law relationship. What I really like about this is that so far in brotherhood and in hierarchy and in rivalry, we're really talking mainly about profane repertoires. We're not talking about anything that would be sung, say, in a zawiya or in a mosque or in a synagogue setting or in another sort of kind of sacred Jewish worship setting. And what affinity starts allowing us to do is starting to see really interesting ways in which profane and sacred repertoires intersected, and ways in which the profane repertoires in many cases served as a sort of commons for populating musically sacred practices. And this is a little taste of some early modern materials that I've been working a lot with recently. And I actually thank Edwin. It's Edwin who turned me on to this. You wrote about this in 1990 something in a thing in Marrakesh. And it was a footnote. Yes, you were, 1993 or something like this, and or 98. And I remember reading a footnote and I said, this sounds really, really important. And it is, this is in Oxford. But this is just a little taste of these sorts of linkings through the sacred, right? So what we have here, this is from Oran, from the Jewish community of Oran, before its expulsion by the Spanish in 1669. And so we just see this sort of contrafact, which for me has become a very important concept for thinking about relationships. But we have here a piyut, and it's El Elohim Hashem B'Sharati, and then it says, sing to the tune of La ilaha illallah. There is no God but God. So it gives you the piyut in Hebrew, and then afterward it gives you in Arabic La ilaha illallah. And it goes through the poem in Arabic, which almost certainly was part of the Sufi repertoire in the Oran region in that period. And there's many, many, many things like this in this manuscript, which I've been working on digitizing with a colleague in Algeria, Amina Boukir. So this is a sort of thing about affinity where we can start to see some really exciting ways in which we can think about relationality, not only through a sort of anodyne image of brotherhood, not only through the kind of hierarchical relationalities and hierarchy, not only through rivalry, but also through some really interesting ways of thinking about a relationship where we can keep in mind both difference and commonality within the same breath. So I'm going to end there, and thank you so much for having me here.
Because I saw a lot of people enthusiastically jotting down quite a bit. Please. Over there in the back. Maybe, yes.
I was just very interested. I don't work on music at all, but I do work on Palestine, and so I'm curious about how the interest in folkloric music after 1948 changed over time. Your talk reminded me a lot of Khalid Fourani's book about the changing of Palestinian poetry and how a lot of the interest in traditional rhyme and meter kind of fell out during the second half of the 20th century, and how even people like Darwish and Samih al-Qasim changed the rhyme and meter. And now you're describing how their words are being put onto folkloric musical forms. In other words, like kind of going back again. And I'm just curious how the politics of the form changed over time, because you speak about how the politics of the words, you have to use a kind of code language, you have to speak politically in a different way. How does that map onto the interest in instrumentation and the interest in folkloric music? To what extent today is pop music less or more political in Palestinian culture? I'm just kind of interested in how that changed.
Thank you. It's an excellent question. Before 1948, the Palestinians were experimenting with various types of music. They used folk music genres of folk music. They kept them as is, and they showcased some of them on the radio. And then the composers started developing what we call now Sha'bi music, which is basically taking the matla, which is kind of that same short melody. We can call it an A section. And they composed a B section. That's basically the definition of a Sha'bi song. It has an A section and a B section. This was done before 1948. They also worked on urban types of music, adopting or kind of utilizing Western musical forms, just like the ones we heard from either the children's song or the mandolin song. So you will hear a lot of that. They also advised a new form, which is al-qasida. Al-qasida in the Egyptian context, think Yagarat al-Wadi of 1928 or things like that. Al-qasida in a Palestinian context before 1948 became an elaborate form. You will see it only later in the works of the Rahbani brothers. So the form that Halim al-Rumi utilized and the Rahbani brothers utilized was invented before 1948 by Palestinian musicians. Now, this is what happened. After 1948, the West Bank came under Jordan. Now, the urbanites, they ended up in Beirut or in Iraq. In Iraq, it's only Rawh al-Khammash and some other musicians who would punch in and punch out. But primarily, the project of Palestinian music making moved to two places. Beirut, led by Sabri Sharif, who was the music director of the Near East broadcasting station in Jaffa, and the other Palestinian musicians from Jerusalem, who all ended up in Lebanon, and they kind of created this because they used to read music and transcribe. They were well educated, so they kind of hit the ground running. So all of the urban renditions in music making before 1948 ended up in Beirut, and that gave birth to the Rahbani brothers, because the Sabri Sharif continued to work with the Near East broadcasting station and created the music production unit in Beirut. And he basically adopted them, and he created a partnership in 1952 with the Rahbani brothers and bringing in Fairuz. And what I mentioned earlier about the Palestinian dialect, everything that the Rahbani brothers did between 1948 and 1956 was in standard Arabic, formal Arabic. They were not using a lot of colloquial. They used in some places, and it sounded more Palestinian. It wasn't until the 1957 Baalbek festival where they started kind of coming out. Now, not coincidentally, it was by design. That year, Sabri Sharif became the director of the Baalbek festivals, and he gave a paper to there is like the Lebanese circle. It's called. It's published. It's available, and he basically articulated the path towards creating or continuing the project that he started back in Jaffa until 1948. This gave birth to what the Rahbani brothers were doing. They were not paying attention to their own education as if, and this is something that Mansour himself, Rahbani, said about that era. He said, we didn't think that we can get anything out of folkloric poetic forms or anything like that. And I'll come back to this issue just in a moment. Now, going back to post-1948, the folkloric genres and the Sha'bi genres ended up in Jordan. Now, the Jordanian government said, okay, we want to wrap our arms around this. We like the dialect, but we want to push it towards more Bedouin dialect. Because King Abdullah and King Hussein wanted to use that as a mobilization tool to get the Bedouin tribes under control, under his control, because they were basically his cushion. They will attack anyone if he asked them to. So they were very much, his political power was consolidated among those tribes. So now the Sha'bi songs started to take shape in Jordan, and the urban songs started to take shape in Lebanon, right? And they took them far, and until 1967, right? So 1967, the West Bank goes under Israel. So what are the Palestinians going to do now? What are they going to adopt? Are they going to adopt the Jordanian kind of nationalist song? No. Are they going to adopt the Lebanese nationalist song? No, although they were both born in Palestine before 1948. So it's then when they started going back to what's left. That's literally what happened. They started going back to Al-Ma'anna and Al-Dal'una and certain forms, and they were very similar to what was happening in Jordan, although, and the first kind of breakthrough took place in Syria in 1977. بأم عيني فرقة أغاني العاشقين came out with their album, and they brought in certain genres that were not popularized in the context of Jordan. And it was in the late 1970s when Palestinians in the West Bank started to wrap their arms around what's left of the Near Eastern traditions. So each nation would say, okay, the Jordanians would say this is ours, and the Lebanese would say this is ours, and we basically ended up with the crumbs. I mean, that's kind of how it ended up. But there is something very interesting that before 1948, this idea of taking poetic forms and setting them to different types of music was happening in Palestine. It was reintroduced to the Rahbani brothers by Sabri Sharif. Now, I can give you an example. If you listen to most of the Rahbani brothers, most of the songs by Rahbani brothers, they are set to Al-Yadi, and they're set to things like that. So, like أنا خوفي من عتم الليل, everyone knows this, right? أنا خوفي من عتم الليل والليل حرامي, right? We know this song. This song is عليادي أنا خوفي من عتم الليل والليل حرامي ويا حبيبي تعال قبل الليل ويا عيني لا تنامي. They poetically they would take a poetic form from their own genres of the region, and then they will kind of, as composers, after they write it, they will look at it from a different perspective and they set the music in a different way.
I wonder if we can draw on these dynamics of Palestinian diaspora kind of figuring its place among nationalism in the region to kind of zoom out and ask a comparative question. I think the paradoxical force of nationalism was very evident in your talk and also in yours, whether the historical and the methodological force of it, and maybe kind of as a shadow more in Jonathan Glasser's presentation. And I wonder if we can think about also maybe the contribution of nationalism as a kind of paradoxical force for the constitution of relationalities, and not only as something that we kind of have to wrest relationalities from the hands of and kind of to see it in its destructive, effacing effects. Can we see nationalism also kind of fostering maybe unintentionally various kinds of relationalities?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a strong critic of methodological nationalism and nationalisms as well, but I can say that one of the relationalities that was very prominent in Syria from the 1970s under the leadership of the Ba'athist Party, then Hafez al-Assad, was a folkloric troupe created by a Palestinian, Hussein Nazik, who went there in 1969, and basically with al-Ashiqeen and some of these groups founded a Syrian national troupe called Umayya, and of the Umayyads. That was a sort of musical theater, dance, and performance group that Hussein just died 2 years ago. That became one of the very first and the most prominent national folklore troupes of Syria. So it's interesting to note that the origins of that folklorization of Syrian heritage was a Palestinian musician drawing from that experience of exile and so forth. At the same time, it meant a sort of heritagization and flattening of traditions. You know, the Jewish component of Syrian long-standing contributions to its various traditions and folklores was not included in any of none of the dances were even Jewish dances, if you were even reified in that regard. So the nationalism certainly created, it was part of a sort of pan-nationalism based a lot on the Palestinian issue, actually in this sense, created by a Palestinian artist. But it also meant a fair amount of forgetting or flattening of various traditions.
Well, I mean, the nationalist question like that, that's central, right, to decolonization in the Algerian and broader Maghrebi context. Certainly the nationalist historiography has a lot of trouble integrating Jews, right, into in the Algerian context. So we can see situations, for example, where some scholars and journalists will sometimes say, okay, the first Algerian association for Andalusian music is the one from the interwar period, right? It's the Muslim one, and that's the Algerian one. And this is, of course, tied up with the idea of kind of what is French and Algerian nationality under colonialism, and then after independence, which is a very complex kind of field. And so a lot of the sort of world of memory that this project is focused on is very much a sort of unofficial discourse. It's a kind of sub-discourse. But it's very much present in the Algerian context, right? Like it's not that it's totally silent. It's definitely there, and you can even find people who are fairly high-ranking in terms of governmental things who will acknowledge that very, very readily. In the French context, one of the things that becomes very, very complicated is to think about, who are the Algerian Jews, right? Like, and so, and this gets tied together with what does pied noir mean, which is its own kind of controversy. And throughout this work, I just really try to pay attention to how are people themselves talking about things and where are the tension points in people's own way of talking about it. But certainly the sort of national frames, both in Algeria and in France, those are absolutely there. They're front and center. And what I'm trying to get to here is what happens if we're able to kind of like swim beneath those, right? In what shows up, right? But yeah, absolutely.
Probably have time for one more question, please.
Yeah, thank you for this wonderful panel. I have a question for Jonathan Glaser and a question to Issa Boulos. So to Jonathan, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the Judeo-Arabic archive that you found. Is it more, because Algeria has a tradition also of writing beautiful piyutim in Hebrew, and reviving the sort of Andalusi tradition. But is the archive in Judeo-Arabic more kind of a continuation of the Israel Najara tradition, where you have sort of a piyut in Hebrew and you sort of match to it an Arabic or Turkish music? Or is it more sort of a vernacular Arabic where people actually talk in Arabic and the Hebrew script is being used to write them? So again, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about this archive that seems fascinating. And for Dr. Boulos, I was wondering if you can talk about sort of this transregional relationship before the Nakba. So obviously, Palestinians are producing music in Palestine, but there are like Egyptian influences, there are Lebanese influences, there's the cinema that people see, musicals, sort of Arab artists also come and perform in Palestine before that. So before sort of the situation of refuge, like how is this dynamic between Egypt and Beirut, that are such important centers of musical production before 48, influence or intersect with Palestinian music?
Just to add one more point so we can round up. I have a critique of this essentialization of music, like we're talking music is like one thing. And one of the, in my opinion, important innovations throughout the 20th century is the emergence of more and more sophisticated genres of instrumental music. And instrumental music without words has a totally different impact or creates a different field for relationalities, particularly, in most of the Palestinian musicians who live in Israel today, their main feature today is a very high level of performance of instrumental genres, music without words. If you can just, add a little bit following up on what Orit said.
Thanks for the question. I'm kind of in the land of Judeo-Arabic right now, which is that's really where my focus has been shifting. And so it's a very interesting question. I'd say the answer to your question is that there's many things happening, actually. There is certainly some sort of link to what Najara is doing, like in terms of this period and these sorts of documents, right? And it's also tuned into, of course, very local genres of poetry and of singing, right? And we can sometimes see that in the headings. So there's something happening there that's that's very interesting. And I have not worked as much with the Hebrew, with the piyutim, but there's definitely a lot to work on there. That's fascinating. So there's that world. The other piece of this is that there's lots and lots of writing that's happening. People are, of course, writing lots of personal letters in very, very, often in a very colloquial Algerian Arabic, including from that particular world. So that's fascinating. Lots and lots of publication, printing in the 19th century. that is also very much in Algerian Arabics, and that's really mostly totally unstudied, by the way. There's some fantastic material. But the other piece of this has to do with poetry, which is that we see the Arabic poetry that's sung, and that looks like it's clearly coming out of a local scene that's mainly Muslim. And we can see that like in the lyrics, in the pronunciation, including Bedouin, we see the gaf many times where people are using the gimel, like it's very clearly that that's the qaf. So that's fascinating. But the other piece of it is that we definitely see Algerian Jews from this 17th century context and later into the 19th century who are definitely writing in Arabic poetry, right? So sometimes it's vernacular poetry, and it has a religious connotation. So we can sometimes find something. The thing that I find fascinating is sometimes you'll find a section that says, "Here are the piyutim in Arabic." It is not translations. These are conceptualized as piyutim bil Arabiya, right? So like that's fascinating, but it's actually in fairly colloquial Arabic that's distinct usually to Western Algeria. But the other thing that's really fascinating is we have hints of Jews writing in a more formal Arabic in poetry, including in this document. So we have one example. It's likely Marzouk bin Tawa, who's born in Granada and dies in Tlemcen. And he seems to have been writing poetry that's not formal Arabic, but it's basically classic muwashah, Andalusi muwashah register. And that's fascinating. And that is also something that people should be working on. And I'm just dipping into this a little bit myself. Yeah. Yeah, they use the word kharja. Yeah, they use the word kharja, which is usually like the flip side of matla, right? But they use that actually as a genre, as a kind of poetic song genre marking in this manuscript, which is very interesting.
Yeah, there were a lot of activities happening in Palestine before 1948. We just put out a book in Arabic in Nawa Institute, written by my colleague Nader Jalal, where we document a great deal of what was happening from the turn of the century all the way to 1948. So we had Kulthum came several times, Abdul Wahab was a frequent visitor, Farid al-Atrash, major groups coming in for entertainment, Badi' Sabni. There were most of those are already documented in local newspapers of the time. Luckily for us, the National Library of Israel has published and those whatever is available, and we use that as our main place where we go to find those events. Now, in terms of how the Palestinians, Lebanon gained its independence in 1943, Syria in 1946, and the whole region in Palestine they were not politically on the same page. Husseini wanted to create a sovereign area, and he had his own nationalist sort of thoughts going through his mind. After his demise, the other, his opponents who held the opinion of joining the monarchies or the children of Ali ibn Hussein, the Hashemites, and becoming part of Jordan was basically the dominating direction that overwhelmed at least the most Palestinians in urban centers. It is certainly the case when we read the writings of Azmi al-Nashashibi, and the Nashashibi family were notorious for supporting the monarchies. Azmi al-Nashashibi was the head of the radio from 1944 to 1948. And just to add a little kind of note, the radio Cairo was established 1934. And in Palestine, the radio was established in 1936, 2 years after. So between 1936 and 1948, most of the productions in the area were either taking place in Egypt or in Palestine. And the Palestinians started to become more aware of the dominance of Egyptian music. For example, I mentioned recordings by Thuraya Qaddura and Rajab al-Akhal. They recorded their songs in Egyptian dialect. And then you will find another song that was probably recorded in Beirut, where he's recording in an Egyptian genre, but instead of using the ga, he will use the ja, meaning that he's catering to people who like the Near Eastern communities, not Egyptian. And you will find that in the works of even later recordings by Rawh al-Khammash, Bendak, Riyad al-Bendak, and other composers. So this whole idea of how to find your place in the midst of all of these nation states emerging, the Palestinians had to deal with this before 1948, but it was a much more intense environment in the post-1948 eras, because all of these refugees, 2/3 of Palestinians had found themselves in situations where nations are creating their own identities and they have to find somewhere to fit, and they didn't fit every time.
Jonathan would like to respond to any of this, or should we just take this to?
Just a quick comment. There's so much that Jonathan G. and Issa have said, as well as the questions that are very provocative. I'm just thinking many of my Syrian interlocutors also worked in Palestine prior to 1948. Abdel Sukar, whom I mentioned in the side. And aside to Issa was probably the bass player imaged pictured in the image that he showed from 1943, because he mentioned to me having performed under Batrouni, also Nashashibi as well. Yeah, Salim Selwe, Salim Selwe, famous Syrian qanun player. What's remarkable in all of this is the role of music as a repository of memory, particularly in societies, for example, in Syria and Egypt, where there's very few people have a living memory of having Jewish neighbors and collaborators, musically or otherwise. Most young people, I mean, the population in the Arab world, the vast majority, over 50%, is under age 25 now. And none of them have a living memory of collaborating or knowing Jews. And the older people are dying out, and they have those memories, often selective, often the sort of brotherhood ideology of, oh, everything was fine and dandy. Well, maybe it wasn't always fine and dandy. But again, I come back to the embodied aspects of this, like the finger technique, or even foods and spices. When I talk to people, oh yeah, well, we used to use, my father was a fruit and vegetable vendor, and his neighbor he got his foods from this Jewish vendor as well, and they trade recipes and all these sorts of things that are very much embodied. This is where the memory survives, and our work here as scholars is really important. And it's also important for us to try to get that beyond the covers of expensive academic textbooks and out into the real world, so that people can build on this, and communities can know that there is this long-standing history, and it's not inevitable that it has to always be dormant, and that it can be revived. Even if it's selective, even if it's through notions of brotherhood to start with, why not? But it's just a call for more public-facing sort of scholarship and musicality as well.
Thank you. I think that's a great note to end on. And so let's thank our three speakers. And Edwin, would you like to give us a direction?
Welcome back. We are resuming. I don't know if anybody's outside, so. I have the distinct pleasure of moderating this session about Iraq. I will introduce both of our speakers first and give them the stage. So our first speaker is Dr. Nili Belkind. She's a research fellow at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, holding a PhD in ethnomusicology from Columbia University, and specializes in the Middle East with a special focus on Palestine, Israel, and the Caribbean. Together with Edwin, she's currently researching interfaith, interethnic musical relationalities in Muslim lands and in diasporas that originated in these lands. Her award-winning book, Music and Conflict, Palestine, Israel, and the Politics of Aesthetic Production, studies the complex relationship of musical culture to political life in Palestine, Israel. Her research topics include urban regeneration, the construction of diasporic imaginations, cultural intimacy across ethno-national conflict, social movements, cultural policy and diplomacy, and Orientalism. And for those of you who don't know Nili, this might be a surprise or of interest. Prior to her academic career, she spent many years in the US-based music industry. She worked as a world, Latin, and reggae music product manager for Virgin Megastores, label manager for Rico Latino and other companies, album producer and compiler, live showcase producer, booker, radio DJ, music writer, and other roles. 2 of the albums she co-produced were nominated for a Grammy. She will be speaking on listening to the archive of composer, musician Ezra Aharon and Azori Chaim, Relationality in the Life World of Arab Jews in Iraq and its Palestine-Israel diaspora. Our second speaker is Orit Bashkin. She's the Mabel Green Myers Professor in the Department of Middle East Studies at the University of Chicago. She got her PhD from Princeton and her other degrees from Tel Aviv. Her publications deal with Iraqi history, history of Middle Eastern and Iraqi Jews, modern Arab cultural revival movements, and the connections between history, memory, and literature. Her current research project is a cultural history of Jewish life in the Arab provinces of the Ottoman Empire. She's the author of the following books: Impossible Exodus, Iraqi Jews in Israel, New Babylonians, A History of Jews in Modern Iraq, and The Other Iraq, Pluralism and Culture in Hashemite Iraq. She's also the co-editor of Jews and Journeys and Civilizing Emotions, and is currently working on a monograph on Second Purim. So please welcome Nili.
I just wanted to let you know this is the first time I'm showing up to a talk without pieces of paper. Just this. So please bear with me. And I'm also doing that as kind of after conversations with Edwin, who really wanted this to be a very conversational colloquium. And so I'm inviting your comments and your thoughts and so on as I go along with presenting what our project together is, the current stage of which is writing a book about Azuri Effendi, Ezraon, and the various relationalities that we kind of look at as we go through his life, his productions, his work, the contexts he worked with in, and so forth. So why is it not moving? Nope, stuck. Nope. Already started. Should I just use these? Okay. So before we get into relationalities, I just want to introduce you a little bit to our musician here, to Azuri. So he comes from a very well-off family of traders, Jewish traders in Baghdad, who had branches in East, in Singapore, in Bombay, other places, as well as a tea company. And being the class that they were, we spoke about class relationalities earlier. Being of the class that they were, he was extremely discouraged from playing music, to the point that his father broke an oath that he brought in one time. And then he studied in Baghdad. We're talking, as you can see, he was born in 1903. So he grew up in a Baghdad that was still Ottoman, studied with famous Turkish musicians, apparently in plural or in singular, we're not sure, but Tanburi Ibrahim Bey was one of his teachers. So it's also what we're looking at a little bit is the history of the development of what is today known as classical Arab music, right, with these Ottoman traditions coming in. And then he takes a prominent part in sort of the modernization and commercialization of music in Iraq. He's very influenced by everything that's coming in from Egypt, the new trends coming in from Egypt. He works as a talent scout for the labels we spoke about earlier, Bidophone, as well as HMV, his master's voice, HMV, and Odeon. And he becomes a member of the State Orchestra of Iraq, which is put together in a time of following the transition to British colonialism, in a time of this emergent nationalism that the British are given the mandate to create in Iraq. He is therefore also a musical agent in King Faisal, who comes in 1922. His ideas of inclusive citizenship, King Faisal, it was very important for him to integrate all the minorities of Iraq into a single nation and to separate this idea of religion from modern nationalism. That was his agenda in the 1920s. And so he becomes an important agent for that. Then he says he heads the delegation to the first Arabic Music Congress in Cairo in 1932. And the reason I'm saying possibly is there are contestant stories, and those stories have to do with the kinds of erasures that you spoke about, Jonathan, a little bit earlier, that happened in Iraq after the Jews left, where Mohammed al-Kubanchi got the title for heading it, or got the honor of supposedly heading it. And there are other stories also that have to do with did he head it or not. So, but that in itself is a very interesting story of relationalities that cut across national modernities and their erasures and exclusions. In 1934, he moves to Palestine. The exact reason is not fully articulated, but we think he says he left because he was starting to get persecuted, possibly for playing for Zionists or Jews in Palestine following the Cairo Congress, and he says he got threats for his life. But in general, the 1930s were a time of a turn from this kind of very inclusive ideas of citizenship in Iraq to a time where a lot of kind of fascist and German voices were entering the public sphere, right? And that's what we know, because otherwise it would be a very strange move for somebody whose career is flourishing to what was then not known to yet to be a very prominent center of music making, right, in the region. And then once he moves to Palestine, he works in a variety of venues. Starting in 1936, he gets recruited to the Palestine Broadcast System that we spoke of earlier, PBS, first in the Hebrew, and he works in both the Hebrew and later in the Arabic sections. So he also transcends the kinds of segregations and separations that were enforced by the British, who created this radio with that in mind, right? They had Hebrew, they had English, they had Arabic, and people were not supposed to kind of cut across that. And then he also works for a composer of Arabic music in Hebrew, right, for the Zionist organization that call themselves the Association for Oriental Hebrew Song. He works as a cantor here and there, in different synagogues. And he also becomes a prominent member of the Firqa al-Haditha, which we will get to later. That's a very modernist firqa that was established by a variety of players at PBS from the Arabic department that played part of the modernizing idea of music here is also bringing in Western components, but as well as doing other things. And if we have time, we'll look much more in detail at the firqa. Then he also works as a choir conductor and as interlocutor for the comparative musicologist Robert Lachman. So he basically does everything he possibly can to make a living. Do you hear me? Is everything good? Okay. And then after 1948, he's the director of the Arab Music Orchestra at the Israeli Broadcasting Association, which means he's the one who's integrating the refugees from Iraq, Jewish refugees from Iraq, into the Israeli system in the only official capacity that they could have, for example, state employees. So he puts together the Arab Music Orchestra first with a majority of Iraqis who arrived, and then also Egyptians, some Egyptians, and one Syrian and Syria, or more than one. I don't. Okay, so that's him. So he's in so many ways he's active across a long period and in a variety of settings that promote different types of relationalities, right? And so what we have, and that's kind of, these are the questions that I think his archive brings to us, have a lot to do with what cultural citizenship becomes in a context of these shifting relationalities, whether it's from, Ottoman colonialism empire to British colonialism, whether it's from the transition from the British Mandate into Israeli independence, and various other things. And as you can see, in Palestine, he was doing a lot of things he wasn't doing in Iraq. And basically, we also see in his work this kind of seamless movement between the local and translocal, the region and the cosmopolitan, if you will, where what it means to be cosmopolitan also changes and shifts as you go from Ottoman to British, and so on, as you also go into colonialism and modern nationalism, which is yet to define itself as in places whose borders were very new and undefined until then, and so on. It also brings up questions on modernity in those contexts, and in the context of the East-West that Jonathan, you spoke about earlier. It's very much about how the Orient is imagined through musical production or discourse or creativity, and by whom it's imagined, right? And there we see a lot of erasure and a lot of creative, what you spoke about, these creative regenerations. The questions about what is home and what is exile, what is yours and what is the diaspora, as we shall see, after independence in Israel, when he gets cut off from the Arab world, he also gets cut off from a big part of his cultural citizenship, as that was until then. There's questions of rereading of historical narratives that are tied to that, because if, for example, the grand narrative in Israel is about return, that Jews were in diaspora and then they returned to Israel, the question that comes here is, where is diaspora and where is home? Did Azuri Effendi ever feel completely at home in Israel? That's very questionable. And then relationalities that are also across time and across self-positioning in different fields of activity, And we shall see that how Azuri's biography shifts across time. Safra, the way he tells his own story, shifts based on the current relationalities he's in. And also, between our predecessors in the researchers who've held his archive before us and have interacted with him when he was alive, all of him interview him only in Hebrew and call him Ezra Aharon and so on. And this is one of our moves to call him Azuri Effendi Ezra Aharon, is a move that's meant to acknowledge the different relationalities in question. So, do you want to say anything, Adam?
Yeah, just to give you a
okay.
What is fascinating in this last moment is that he retired from the Israeli radio around 1965-66. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. He retired around 1965-66, but he lived 30 more years. And those 30 years are very meaningful to us because our issues of forgetting and erasing on the one hand, on the other hand, the positioning of ethnomusicology itself in promoting this rediscovery of this man, but how he is sort of forced to fit into a certain type of scholarly narrative. So we are very reflexive also of our own selves. Why are we doing this now and with the tools that we are doing? So the whole issue is very complex. The second is that the entire biography of this man, which in a way is a biography of a marginal figure in terms of the history of Arabic music in the 20th century, actually illuminates the entire history of Arabic music in the long 20th century through one person in the margins. So that, I think, will be one of the points that we will stress in this monograph.
Okay. So the first chapter we have is basically on Azuri, so to speak, or presentation and representation of the self across time and shifting relationalities. There is one thing that is totally consistent about them, is being adopted by King Faisal in Iraq as the favored musician. And that account just keeps, it was something very, very, very foundational in his understanding of his relationship to music and to the world or the society around him. And you can see here, the first one was March al-Malik Faisal, March al-Istiklal, the March of Independence. And so you have that. Interestingly, you also have the march that he wrote for King Erez. For the Prince, yes, later on. But that was, and here we have a dedication. I am hopeful that what I have composed will be the best nourishment for the souls of the people of my homeland. Right now, this is a total participation in this kind of nation making. That is the finest product that I have so far created for the admirers and melodies of those allured by Tarab. So he's also positioning it in the modernist sense, right? Because as Tarab, as the music that is, here you have this, I'm creating this national modernity for you, my king, right? In this context. And I wish our country everything that others wish for their country, that our homeland will possess what is worthy to be called musical art. And I think that speaks to a lot of discourses that were going on in the time. I kind of want to go back here though, because you see that, he keeps presenting himself differently. So first he presents himself as this Tarab maker, right? And the innovator and a composer, which is a new concept. Also, it's not necessarily a concept that was certainly not Iraqi maqam, which is a canonized tradition, and so on. And, he like really represents this kind of, and then, it's like the daughter of Babylon doomed to destruction. He had to leave, right? So that this is how he presents himself in the 1930s in Palestine. And then, after he meets Robert Lachman, this comparative musicologist, and works with the Zionist Association, all of a sudden he's a composer of Jewish traditions, and then a collector of songs from different ethnic communities, and he's composing Jewish poets in Hebrew, and so on. This is part of the narrative as he's presenting himself to the Zionist nation making associations, and this is one of the things that he is composed, and this is another kind of relationality across time. So we have the Andalusian Hebrew poet Yuda Levi that he composes this poem by, and now we have his music being sort of reconstructed and recreated by Ariel Cohen of Phil Katerno, which are looking to revive these traditions that have been sort of silenced in the Israeli.
Nili, if I may,
Please.
just to contextualize, this is first of all an event that happened only 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And you see the interaction between the archive, the researchers, the I would say the interactions in Israel between performance and research that sometimes becomes so intertwined. So what you see on the screen behind him is a document from the archive we are working on, which he also comes to research. He asked for our to consult him, and he reproduced the archival recording of this Hebrew song from the medieval period, from Andalusian heritage, and composed by Ezra Aron. And what is interesting with Ariel, who is from a Moroccan family, is that he tries, quite successfully, I must say, to imitate Ezra Aron's accent in sort of half Baghdadi Hebrew accent and half sort of modern Hebrew. And the result is fascinating. And this event is now part of our research too, because we cannot ignore this event that was also made, and I think you can see the public too, is mostly descendants of Iraqi Jews. This is a location which is like a sort of museum and community center for the displaced Iraqi Jews in Israel, near Tel Aviv. So the whole setting too is a setting of intimacy within a subculture or within a minority within a minority in Israel. And this is the significance of this video.
הנשכחת.
Just play.
מה יותר מתאים לבצע אחרי מכתב כזה, אם לא את שירו של יהודה הלוי, יפה נוף משוש תבל, בלחן שהלחין עזרא אהרון בשנת 1937. אני רוצה להזמין אל הבמה את התזמורת שתלווה אותי הערב, על הכינור עמרם מספי. על העוד מוטי נורי, קנון ינון בן מאיר, נאי אלעד קמחי, וקונטרבס אביתר הרמש.
I thought I'd cut it off.
خسيفة نفسي لخاني خسيفة نفسي ميباتي معاك. همون راح عميني خمار كي
Okay. So we see the bios change, and he becomes a researcher. He becomes different things. One of the things that's really interesting to me personally is that in the bio that we have of his after in 1960, so we're looking, in the period that he was already, at the IBA. On the one hand, we have this whole Zionist ethos that is part of his presentation now, the longing for the Asian homeland, the rejection of diaspora, the search for the authentic music, and so on. The thing that he says, that the writer that has transcribed what he had to say, is that he presents an oppressing feeling of loneliness, right? I mean, to me, that is really, really, really poignant. So this is just about the kinds of relationalities that we have. And Edwin suggested that instead of going through the other chapters, I would just sort of summarize a little bit for you, so that we have plenty of time, and if you have questions, we can come back to the presentations. Chapter 2 is really the period of Baghdad. And I really, of Azuri in Baghdad, right? The period that he was there. And there's a lot to look at. There's the shift between empires and what it means musically and how it's constructed musically, and how Pan-Arabism already starts to influence the musical productions. In that period, we see that certainly see that in Azuri's approach, including going back to old Muslim texts and so on to recreate them in a current Tarab format. We see the shifting cosmopolitanisms, as we see the Ottoman repertoires being integrated into the Tarab, and how Azuri does that. And and what kind of citizen are you, and how it works, and the pull for modernity, how music composition becomes the site for that. And very much what we also see is shifting majority-minority relations in Iraq, and what that means for Azuri and for other minorities, say starting in the 1930s. And and part of what is really interesting, I think, when we look at the music is how the play of nationalism and cosmopolitanism really comes together, because nationalism isn't always made by cosmopolitans, and so to speak, and that is very much part of the way that the music gets constructed. So I'll skip from here to chapter 3, which is in the period of the mandate, and summarize that one extremely quickly. And what I do want to say something about the.
Go ahead.
Okay. This is still part of Baghdad, is in terms of the 1932 Arab Music Congress. There were interesting things about it that went past who led the ensemble, And one of the things was, if you're looking at, at class relations, is that the traditional Iraqi music from Baghdad, the Shaghi Baghdad, was usually the instrumentals were always Jews, and they were not the upper class, right? The people like Azuri, they were into the Tarab music. But when it comes to you going to a convention like the one in Cairo, it has to be about national representation, right? Because you're representing the folk musics of your country, and it has to be scientific, and it has to be right, and so on. And so you have to have a Shari band to actually do that, but you also have to show modernism. So basic and the two bands that were known, the two Shari bands that were really known, were really not upper class musicians. And so one of the things that Azoui's leadership involved was to dress them up properly, and which meant modern dress, but it was the sidara. And the other thing that they created there was to add the kanun, played by Yusuf Zaro and Daoud, to the traditional ensemble, and the violin also. So that was part of these kinds of relational negotiations, so to speak. And basically, it was the Prime Minister Nouri Said who had Azuri dress them up, so, as you can see here, right? And of course, there were a lot of debates about whether it was okay or not okay, who they sent, why they sent, what it represented, and these are all about what does it mean to be Iraqi, right? These are what these debates are about. So we don't have time to play anything, right? Okay. Sorry. It's really interesting. It's beautiful, really interesting. And then we have the mandate period. And here is where becoming an Arab Jew becomes a questionable thing in an era in which these emergent nationalisms are really becoming. So we start the chapter by quoting him, saying, "When I went to work with the Arabs, they told me you're a Jew. You have to go to the Jews. I went to the Jews. They told me you're an Arab, go to the Arabs," right? And basically all of his projects shows that he works in every possible context and so on, but in so many ways he also becomes an agent that crosses them and creates sort of these bottom-up collaborations that break down, or that are based on relationalities that break down the segregationist mold, right? And all of this plays into various Orientalist kinds of imaginings, where in a place where the Orient and Occident are colliding in so many different ways in Palestine. So one of the things that I do want to, in PBS, is look at, what happened here? There we go. These are all from the radio, right? Early radio. So here we have the Oriental Jewish Ensemble that performed only on the Hebrew programming, and then we have the Arab Tacht Ensemble that was in the Arab programming, and it didn't make sense that these guys wouldn't get together at some point, right? But what's interesting about this program, this is a concert that launched the PBS it was sponsored by the High Commissioner for Palestine, and you kind of see hierarchical relationalities here, right? Because the main caption for the program is in Hebrew, and then you have the Arabic and the English. But then what he comes with is a very, very mixed, multilingual, and multi-ethnic ensemble that is part of doing this, right? Of being in this concert. So you have this top-down hierarchy and the bottom-up relationalities that are created. Then he goes to work with, as I mentioned, Robert Lachman, and starting to do the Hebrew. And so, of course, writing music in Hebrew gets critiqued here by Wasif Jawhariya, who is a Palestinian oud player and has an amazing book of memoirs. Back to the association of Hebrew song, Oriental Hebrew song, you see it's only Hebrew, right? There's nothing, no Arabic, as though he would not have an Arabic, a Palestinian Arab audience, right? Or Jewish audience that speaks Arabic. And then it becomes all about the narratives of return, the Zionist narratives of return, right? Let's see. Perhaps this is the Firqa al-Haditha, the combined, the Firqa that I was speaking about, that was trying to create modernist works. Basically, what we have now that was discovered in the archive is a lot of scores that Azuri had for the Firqa. So in some of them, you have the names of the people. We even know who the parts were intended for. And we know some of them who they were, where they came from. We don't have the names of the Western musicians who were added, possibly because that was Issa's suggestion, right? That they were added ad hoc, like whenever they needed an instrument or so on, but we don't quite know.
Nili, this is exactly the same studio that Issa showed before with Albutrine.
Yes.
The same studio, yeah. The same set, the same angle of the picture too, yeah.
And so then here we see Azuri's contract with the head of the Arab section, Ajaj al-Nuwayhid, for, we guess, the works of the Firqa, which was, again, modernist in its visions. And another thing we see here that's also really interesting is that he basically composes an nasheed for, for an occasion, right? A religious occasion. And maybe we can start also thinking about Muslim Jews, right? Thinking about those kinds of registers and not just the ethnic registers that go into what does it mean to be a Jew from those countries. It also means to have Muslim heritage so embedded in you that you can, and I think it's in Nuwayhid's son's book, right, that this thing got played in Syria later on.
Right. His wife mentioned this to the daughter. The daughter basically compiled everything that Ajaz did and released that book. And the wife was saying that luckily she heard this nasheed again on Syrian radio, and she remembered the lyrics and she wrote them down. And the lyrics were, or the poetry was set by Ajaj himself. But when the wife said, to my surprise, to my pleasant surprise, that I was able to hear the song again on Syrian radio, tells me that that was the original melody by Azur.
So what that means is this music also wasn't just for the local occasion, but it had kept resonating well past 48 in other spaces.
Yeah, they usually do this like every year.
Right, exactly.
Just play the whole run of
The reason we have Rauhi here, Rauhi Al-Khamash, who was also an oud player and one of the pillars of the Arab section, is that, you know, we start thinking about these revolving doors. As Azuri came to Palestine, then Israel, and Rauhi Al-Khamash becomes a refugee who ends up in Iraq and builds up their musical infrastructure. So it's kind of the revolving doors of refugeedom for musicians is very interesting, has its own sets of relationalities, right? Chapter 4 will be about early Israel and kind of creating new infrastructure. And in the Arabic orchestra, there were other sort of institutions, mostly venues for live music for Iraqi Jews, but this was really the only formal one. And Azuri only participated in this. He did not, we don't hear about it playing in Cafe Noir or Ariana or...
Well, we will hear from Orit about that.
Maybe places like that. Perhaps I'll stop.
We'll finish with music.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Oh, you want to finish? Okay, go back to the Raha Shabab. It's not, this thing is not easy to navigate. Trying to get it, it just wouldn't let me.
Yeah, this is an amazing score, and tens of these scores were retrieved almost from a trash can that were going to be, by mistake, thrown, and they are now part of the archive, and we are editing these scores in modern notation for performance. And it's fascinating to compare the score with their recordings, and it's part of the project too, in a way, to retrieve this amazing composition. And all this overture, of course, recall the overtures of Egyptian songs of the time. This, as I said before, the development of instrumental music as a genre in itself. Yeah. Thank you, Nili. We will continue in the discussion, but we'll hear Orit Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry. No. I hope my cursor works. It seems kind of impossible to manage. No, this one. No, no. Yeah. Nope, that's not. That's not. No. So close it. And then you can... Yeah. Okay, great. I think if you go left to right. Okay. Is it not working? No, it's working. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Edwin and Nili, for organizing this. It's been really a pleasure to be here. So I'll be talking, I'm not an ethnomusicologist, I'm a historian, and I'll be talking mostly about the context of music consumption, with also thinking about Nancy's Berg work on how sort of nostalgic literary work written by Iraqi Jews in Israel can shed light on events that happen in Iraq itself. So what I'd like to suggest in this conversation is that music in Iraq related to a larger context of Arabization of Jews in Iraq, where music was part of their popular culture, where they lived in a context where they studied Arabic in school. Arabic was their language of conversation. Iraqi Jewish intellectuals wrote in Arabic and contribute to the Iraqi public sphere, and also in a context where Baghdad expands, Jews live together with Muslims and Christians in a mixed neighborhood. This is all Baghdad at the period that I'm studying, namely the 1930s and 40s, was also a city that was expanding. It attracted Egyptian, Syrian, Lebanese intellectuals, teachers, professors, and musicians, because as the more sort of oil revenues enter into the country, the more opportunities it could offer. The relationality element in my talk would be about how the same music produces different sentiments, ideas, and affect in both Iraq and in Israel. So Iraqi Jews continued listening to Iraqi music in Israel, but in Israel it was a completely different experience. It was almost a site of resistance, or at least a site of nostalgia to the Arab Muslim past. And just as a word of introduction, the debates that you encounter as musicians, that the Iraqi musicians encounter between modern and new, what is traditional, what is not traditional, were also debates that animated discourses of Iraqi architects, of poets. Should we write in the neoclassical style? Should we write in the modern style? Of prose writers. And so you can see the tensions, for example, in architecture, or in the double-deckers that Baghdad was famous for, or the more localized version that you see on the top. But the interwar period in the 1940s is a period where Jews are really used to living in Iraq. So this is from the memoir of David, or Daoud Najjar. I greatly love the Arabic language, which is the language of the Quran. So they're relating to Arabic and the tonality of the Quran, not from a religious perspective, but from a Jewish perspective. My love to the Arabic language probably originated from the fact that I was born and raised in a mixed neighborhood of Jews and Muslims in Baghdad, and I used to hear the muezzins call for prayer several times a day. Now, the story of the contributions of Iraqi Jews to Iraqi music is a famous one. I won't get into it. I will talk more about consumption. But just generally speaking, as you heard from Nili and Edwin as well, Iraqi Jews played a dominant role in Iraqi music, whether it's Yusuf Zarur, whether it's the modernization of the maqam by Salah Daoud al-Kuwaiti, Salima Murad or Salima Pasha, as was called by Nouri Saeed, Iraq's perpetual prime minister, was one of the leading singers in Baghdad. And whether we're talking about sort of lower class musicians or the Baghdad Radio Orchestra, or the participation in the famous 1932 Congress of Arab Music, Iraqi Jews played a dominant role in this field. But where was music? And I should also, add that music was something that people heard in the street and heard at homes. They heard the piyutim in synagogues. They were singing in Passover, in parties. And again, they were hearing the voices from cafes, from wazin, from street vendors in various parts of Baghdad. And the piyutim in particular are very important, and we see this in the modest Judeo-Arabic press that emerges in Iraq in the late 19th century, early 20th century. So the first texts that are published are not, translation of Rousseau and something like that into Arabic, although that happens, but rather the piyutim. So here you have something from the Passover Haggadah where the Zabin Abba becomes Ishtagali Abuya. So they translate the Aramaic into colloquial Iraqi dialect. So where do Jews and other Iraqis consume music? In cafes, in nightclubs, in country clubs where sometimes bands are playing in more fancy musics, in casinos, in the cinema that were both shown music where people heard the score but also had performances in the cinema itself. In Jewish schools where kids performed play, but also the Alliance Israélite Universelle had an orchestra that played in the radio, in hotels, and in institutions of ill repute. So the cinema the cinema industry in Baghdad, and my student Pele Olsen has shown, was very much dominated by Jews. And so if you went to Roxy Cinema in Baghdad or the other cinemas that were controlled by the Sudai family, the Dabus families, and others, you can also hear musicals in Arabic, in English, in languages from India, and even with the sort of the musical in the films that people saw, you can hear the score of European music. You can look at a film called Aliya wa Isam, whose script was written by a Jew, Anwar Shaul, produced by a Jewish company, the Sudai company, or you can see the Egyptian blockbusters like Ghazal al-Banat. So the coffee shops were also a major center, again, for Jews and non-Jews. And what you see, and this is again something that Olsen discovered, that sometimes the maqam singers would open coffee shops to kind of continue and provide a venue, but also sell alcohol or coffee. But sometimes singers, especially from the lower middle classes, would be known based on the coffee shop where they performed. So there were like two Jewish sisters called Salima and Sabiha. They performed in Cafe Dijla, and so they were called Sabiha and Salima Dijla. And again, this is very intersectional. Intellectuals are identified with cafes. They write about their experience. You hear the cafes would have a radio. So this is Muhammad Mahdi al-Jawahiri, one of Iraq's most leading poets, sort of writing about some of these experiences. Now, as I've mentioned before, this is also a very transnational and transregional scene. People are listening to Kulthum, people are listening to the Egyptian stars, and all this kind of richness, all this amazing culture ends very abruptly between 1949 and 1952, where after the Nakba, the Iraqi Jews sort of loses their ability to control their faith. Israel and the Iraqi government clandestinely negotiate their faith, and they end up broke and impoverished in transit camps in Israel called Ma'barot. So this is a time where, again, the community lives horrific lives. This is very different than the person, the context that Nili was talking about, because here they don't get to live like around with their property. They actually live without anything. So they live in tents. and in shacks. And they have to deal with the racism of the state that looks very down at their Arab culture. So this is a letter from the kibbutz. Arab, ignorance, black. Did you ever see a movie? And remember, they control the film industry in Baghdad. Did you ever eat with a fork? And other such expressions from the hands of Jews from the lands of the East, here from the members in the kibbutz and their children. And this is Nushat Qassab, a very important social worker. The family that you see here is actually the family of Avi Shleim. It's a different family, but she describes what happens when they come to Israel. She meets her sister. Her sister came in the 1930s. She comes later. And so she said, I approached to kiss her sister's son, and he approached me with something. Naturally, we had no common language. The little boy, who grew up in Israel, spoke only Hebrew. My brother-in-law apologized and said, the kid thinks you're Arabs, and the Arabs killed Jews during the war. Amongst them are friends and neighbors. The father in Hebrew and we, in our own language, Arabic, tried to explain to him that we're Jews and we're his relatives and that we love him and dreamed and yearned to see him. Slowly he made peace with us, but remained estranged with us for a while. So within this context, the cafe becomes important again. But now it's a cafe in a transit camp. Here, sort of in the movie Salah Shabati, they kind of tried to encapsulate it. And this was based on kind of field work that the directors did in Ramat HaSharon's transit camp, which was populated by Iraqi Jews. So in the cafe, you would have a radio that would play Iraqi music, and you would have, or Arab music, and you would have a radio. And you see from the press at the time that they're really complaining about the Arab music that you hear in Ramat Gan, or about the fact that if you go to the transit camp in Tabariya, you hear that shrilling voice of Fairuz coming from the radio. But later on, cafes in urban centers like Cafe Noach in Tel Aviv, or Ariana was mentioned before, become again sites where people can still enjoy this music. But listening to the same songs have different meanings, because now they remember the past that they once had in Baghdad. Sort of a sentiment of that you can hear from a letter that was written by a man called Masliach, I guess, to the director of the national radio station. So they're all waiting to hear on Sukkot, sort of an Iraqi song, piyut, played on the radio. But out of the entire program, 41.5 minutes were allotted to Ashkenazi songs, and 1.2 minutes were allotted to prayers chanted in the Baghdadi style. So he writes, Ephraim, do you think us for fools? Why did you publicize that a Baghdadi band was playing only to broadcast 1% of a song? By what right do you Ashkenazim, whose entire chant consists of a single word, la 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 la, get to have 45 minutes allotted to you? And he concluded this is vicious discriminations. Now, the state also politicized the knowledge of Arab Jews from Iraq. It was not just nostalgia. So they used the Arabic of Iraqi Jews in their intelligence services. In the education system, they were afraid that the Palestinian citizens of Israel were too much into Gamal Abdel Nasser, so they would send them to teach in Arabic schools. Israel Arabic radio station was created because of the popularity of Sawt al-Arab that came from Egypt. So it was like a counter propaganda mechanisms to sort of offer content in Arabic to counter Nasserist propaganda. But of course, the Arabic Radio Orchestra and other created space for the Egyptian, Iraqi, and now I hear one Syrian musician to sort of compose, again, with Iraqi Jews kind of writing in Arabic, also sketches and scripts and so on. So all this context, the shift from dominance in the musical field to a site of neglect and marginalization are captured in a novel, and here I go again to Nancy's work that reminds us the significance of these Hebrew novels, that was called Mafriach Hayonim, the Dove Flyer. I translated the bits from the novel, although it was also translated into English. And it was also made into a film in 2014, directed by Nissim Dayan, who's a Syrian Jew. And that was the first film where Jewish actors spoke in the Iraqi Jewish dialect. I should say try to speak, because with some of them you can hear the Israeli accent all the way to Chicago, but some of them did a good job. So it's a mixed thing. It's called Mafriach Hayonim Mutir al-Hamam. The novel has three main intersecting stories. One of Kabi, he's a narrator. He's a teenager in Baghdad, late 1940s until the community is displaced in 52. The second is Kabi's father, Salman, who's a musician. And this is one of the only novels that I found that speak about musicians and has a historical character in it. So Kabi's father, Salman, is a musician who falls in love with Salima Murad, with Salima Pasha. So there's actually a description of Salima in the novel, and in the Israeli production of the film, they let Mira Awad, who's a Palestinian, play the role, to play Salima Murad, which is something that Nissim Dayan did also in Bishal Aizra Safra al-Banav and other films, which is to let Palestinians play the role of Arab Jews, sort of saying like, look, the ones who carry the Arab culture are not you guys, but somebody else in the country. So we have Kabi's father Salman, and Salim Effendi, who is a communist teacher. And all of them intersect with music in different ways. So I'll skip this slide, but it also gives us the soundscape of Baghdad. Again, the muezzin calling for prayer, the flute that shepherds use. It's very nostalgic, very beautiful, very connected to the river that divides the city. And at the same time, it also pays homage to how people sing in their homes and in the synagogues. So it cites the piyutim, it cites, and it also gives us like the reception of music and how when people recite piyutim, they're also eating and drinking arak. So it gives us again the affect and the kind of context in which music is consumed. So Salim, the communist teacher, is in love with Bahia, who is a dancer, and she dumps him for an Egyptian singer. And he's very upset about this because he thinks that he looks like Clark Gable and the Egyptian singer does not. But again, it speaks to a context where these countries are really tied together. But even as a communist, he can't really marry the woman he's in love with. And here, Eli Amir brings the element of class, which is highly important. So this is what Salim tells Tarek, his communist friend, about Bahia. He says, look, I'm Ibn Arab, just like you. Tarek is not Jewish. I come from the same shit. My Jewish forefathers, and certainly my Muslim neighbors, constantly repeated the mantra that women are second-class citizens and that singers and dancers are all whores. And this speaks again to, not to sort of the sort of posh musicians that Nili was talking about, but also the female singers who came really from the lower middle classes and where the boundaries between entertainer and other professions were quite fluid. At the same time, the novel also gives us a sense of the role that music plays in the upper middle classes. And so there's a description of the teenage narrator, Kabi, who comes to visit George. Now, George is a millionaire, and when he enters the house, he sees certain things, and he sees a gramophone, and he sees records. And this is something that indicates that George is from the very upper middle classes because he can afford a gramophone. My colleague in Chicago, Tuful Abu Hudeb, who worked on the Lebanese context, really sort of thought about what does it take to have in your home certain items that will make you middle class, upper middle class, and the same is true here. And so he wants to play him a record. He listens to Western music, and then he discovers how scared he was when he saw the Phantom of the Opera in Baghdad. So here music is connected to class. George also likes listening to Chopin, He plays Chopin on the gramophone. Kabi tries to pretend that he's playing the oud, and he says to George, you know, I don't think that oud and the piano goes together. Oud or kanun, I don't remember what he lies to him about. You can see in the slide. But anyways, the debates about, you know, whether to integrate Western instrument into more traditional instruments that, you know, the Kuwaiti brothers were engaged with, find their way into the novel. Now, the novel uses, is inspired here by Naguib Mahfouz's early novel, early Cairo trilogy, where Naguib Mahfouz is using, like, also people who have Western records and gramophones to sort of indicate their class, their upper class. This is in one of the scenes in بين قصر الشوق. But also Mahfouz is famous for using music, or at least songs that people listen to in the narrative. So for example, there's a famous scene in the first part of the trilogy where somebody dies, and then you hear one of the protagonists singing Said Darwish Zuruni Kulla Sana Mara. And it's about the song, but it's also about sort of how, you know, when somebody dies, we hope that they're being remembered. So Eli Amir is using the same technique in his novels, for example, referring to how people hear Kulthum's rubaiyat on the radio in a context where these rubaiyat are being retranslated into Arabic by Iraqi Jews. So he's doing this in key moments of the plot, bringing like Kulthum and Ismahan and others. Now, the book includes also a description of the upper middle classes and their music, and how much the regent and the elites, the very high political elites of Iraq, loved the music that was played to them by Iraqi Jewish musicians. But Eli Amir also mentions that it brings about another kind of nostalgia to the Ottoman past and the music that they heard and learned from Ottoman singers, because a lot of the leaders of Iraq were actually officers in Ottoman military schools. Now, the third protagonist that I've mentioned before is Salman, and he's a musician. There's a beautiful description of how he goes from Amara to Baghdad to study. He lives with his uncle, Ishaq, and the uncle is a musician, and the kid is completely enchanted, and he starts listening to Abdul Wahab and like trying to mimic the singer, and then his uncle teaches him. So then he becomes a musician. He plays first in school, then the king comes to listen to them, King Faisal. Then he sings in front of the king. The king is so excited that he gives him an oud, but from Damascus, so the really special ones. Then he starts being a musician. He works with Salah ad-Daoud al-Kuwaiti, with Daoud Akram, and the novel does a very beautiful sort of job describing his rise to fame. The main core here is sort of his affair with Selima Pasha. So he first listens to her on the radio, and then he goes and see her performs. A servant of her comes to him and say, look, she doesn't know how to read and write. So why don't you teach her? So he teaches her how to read and write, and they have an affair, and they play music together, and she tells him about their lives, and they see films with Greta Garbo together. They kind of disguise their identity. But the affair ends because, you know, the family of Salman really objects to him marrying a woman that is rich, but on the social level, she's still poor because she's a singer. So the affair is broken, and the last time that they go and listen to her is 18 years later, when Salman already has a family. They're about to leave Baghdad, and her singing about leaving Baghdad is kind of a moment where you realize that, you know, she is Baghdad to them, her music, her voice, her songs. And then she, you know, she meets Salman for the last time, and he tells her, like, why didn't you get married? And she says to him, with whom? You boycotted me. You and all the Jews, you and all other Jews, and all my suitors are Muslims. The Jews are leaving now. Who will I sing to? And then he tells her, you're a queen. The kingdom worships you. And she says, a queen without a community, a home, a child. And so, this story is inspired, I think, by a couple of things. So one, there is sort of a trope in Iraqi Jewish literature of sort of describing not the Jews leaving Iraq, but who was left behind. So especially Shimon Balas describes a whole range of characters like Shiite nannies and Armenian neighbors and communist Jews and sex workers that the Jews leave behind, and sort of they become symbols of the nation that grieves for the loss of its Jewish sons. A second is that I think that Eli Amir kind of lifted here the plot of the film Ghazl al-Banat. So that's a film with an Egyptian film with Ghazl al-Banat. It's an Egyptian film, an Anwar Wagdi film that speaks about a woman who flunks her Arabic classes. And they are bringing a teacher there, Nagib al-Rihani, to sort of teach her Arabic. So Walter Ambrose and other scholars pointed that this film is really about sort of making the Turkified elites of Egypt more Egyptians through the voice of music. And here there's a very interesting relationship where, the sort of the Jewish teacher makes Salima more Iraqi, and Salima makes him more Iraqi, so they kind of Iraqify each other. The last point of the novel is when Salman is already in Israel. He's poor, he's miserable, he misses Baghdad. And then he goes to a coffee shop and he listens to Salima Pasha in the coffee shop, in the cafe, in the Ma'abara. And he collapses. He misses Baghdad. He can't do without Baghdad. This is his city, and it's the voice from the radio, the very same voice that he fell in love with as a young man that now sort of chronicles the destruction of his world. And we understand also the functions of this Hebrew novel within this very problematic context. So thank you very much. People have questions or comments?
One of which is that so much of the discourse about 1932, about the Cairo Congress, it's so similar to the discourse that the French were making about their Algerian delegation. And so, on my side of things, people tend to really emphasize the colonial aspect, but it's also obviously a kind of modernist state discourse, right? So it's strikingly similar language. But the other thing is that there's a lot of, there's quite a few Jewish singers in Algeria who are known for doing Madih Nabawi, right, in praise of Muhammad for Muslim audiences. So that was like something very, very just quite every day. And so that did, I was struck by that in terms of the nasheed, right? Yeah, anyway, this is a comment, but I was very struck by in both papers, things that were really coming to mind. Absolutely.
In terms culturally, or in terms of kind of a cultural citizenship as something that's Jewish Muslim or Muslim Jewish, or rather than define it in ethnic terms. I haven't developed it enough or thought through it enough, but we see it again and again and again and across all these different territories Um, Yep. And poetry and Muslim poetry and so on, right? Yeah.
So yes, so in Iraq, first of all, it's not just a Jewish thing. So I just, the founder of the Ba'ath Party, Michel Aflaq, has a very famous text about Muhammad as a cultural figure. So it's not just in the Jewish context, but Jews refer to it. There's a poem by Anwar Shaul that sort of has the line, "I speak the language of Muhammad, of the nation of Muhammad, although I chant the prayers of Moses." So and Jews and Ashley Laila Murad from Egypt also has kind of in one of her films kind of a song that is kind of inspired by Mawlid. So that's one point. Secondly, the Congress of 1932, there's a lot of work that is being done on this, but it's also important to know that in the 1930s, Iraq was a very important center for Pan-Arabism more generally. So it had, in 1936, it had Palestinians that escaped from Palestine and worked there as teachers and in the Ministry of Education. Again, it had Egyptians and Syrians and so forth. And as part of the government's kind of pan-Arab emphasis, they used to go to a lot of congresses, like the Congress of Arab Women, the Congress of Arab Music, the Congress of Arab Teachers. A lot of them were hosted in Cairo, but not only. And so it's also a part of, again, a broader context where people move from one context to another. I think one of the interesting things that actually my colleague Martin Stokes pointed to in a talk that he recently gave in Chicago is that while there's like a, kind of a general theme for the conference, if you look at different delegations, you can get different stories. So in Iraq, they had the tensions and Zaarur and all these people like have their own visions. He worked on the Turkish musicians there and how in the middle of Kemalism, they're trying like to reproduce this kind of context that Kemalism wanted to do away with or reinvent. So I think that, and obviously now there are many more materials about this conference.
Just a really quick note about the conference, since we're on that theme. The Syrians considered it to be a failed conference, and the Syrian participants went back disappointed. The Egyptians are the only ones who kind of celebrate it today as like this great conference that we hosted that started the sort of, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, Ali Darwish was the main head for the Syrian delegation. He worked with Baron Derlanger on his great work on Arab music, but they came back saying, we don't accept any of these proposals for the 24-tone equal-tempered scale, for example, totally rejected. The other thing that's interesting when you bring, not only in the popular culture you mentioned, but this idea of Muslim Jews, this was a big theme, popularly in Syria amongst older musicians. For example, my friend who just passed away, Nuri Skender, who's a Syriac Christian and composer and musician, used to go to the dhikr ceremonies, and I would go with him, as did Emil Aswad, who was a priest, just to listen. And the Muslims would bring him a little stool to sit on, and he would go there for aesthetic purposes. He was always asking me, "Can I need to find more like Hebrew texts?" And try to, he had this idea of these ancient traditions that really work together. I had a friend, Hekmet, who's Christian, whose neighbors didn't know. This is the common thing. My neighbors, I never knew if my neighbors were Muslims or Christians because we would all go to the same things together, rituals, funerals, whatever. A lot of them had the same name. Like Hekmet could be is a Turkish name, it could be Muslim, he was a Christian. So there's this idea of being a Muslim Christian or Arab and Jew as well, because that's now been hidden by the nationalism. Mainly, I wrote down like the real two culprits here are British colonialism and Gamal Abdel Nasser. They kind of fed off each other, kind of like subverge all these interesting histories. And I can't wait to look at that, to watch that movie that you mentioned. Anyway, lovely, thank you.
The Congress of Cairo is endless. source of new materials, and there was even a struggle between the Spanish and the French authorities over the representation of Andalusian music in the. So the Spanish were also behind the scenes. And if you saw in one of the slides of Nili, one of the critiques of the Egyptian press to the Iraqi delegation was that what are they bringing the kanun and the oud? These are not autochthonous instruments, you know. We can do that music better than they can do. So there was this internal issue of the Iraqi delegation, which was a total hybrid and a total invention of circumstances, which is fascinating. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Thank you for two fascinating presentations. I am struck by the term that you mentioned about those who were left, the trope of those who were left behind. And I wonder, and that actually, it might be a question for the next panel, so feel free to leave that. But I wonder if this is a phenomenon of of recent years, or has it existed before? Where do you see it, and how, to what extent it develops, and how does it affect the sites of the cultural sites there in Iraq, in Baghdad?
Small answer to us.
Yeah. So I think there are a couple of things. So on the Jewish side, there is, especially in literature, there are sort of novels and stories that try to imagine Baghdad after the Jews left. So again, Shimon Balas, who's an Iraqi Jewish author, did a couple of these experiment. So he has a novel called the Other One on Ahmed Nissim Sousa, who's again a historical character, a Jew who converted to Islam, stayed in Iraq, and sort of trying to figure out that character. He also has a series of short stories that I think are connected, where it's sort of it's stories about leaving someone behind. The most famous one is called Iya, which is about Zakia. She's a Shiite nanny. She raised a communist. She raised a Jewish family. One of them is a communist, and they sort of leave Baghdad. And so when they leave Baghdad, the communist gives his Shiite nanny a copy of the Quran. So again, it's like the text that connects them. In more recent years, there's been an interest in Iraq about the Iraqi Jewish past. So in some ways, there was always an interest, and it had to do more with the migration itself, like why it happened. Did the Zionists blow up synagogues in Baghdad in order to expedite this? So the political questions was always there. And they were also fascinating to Iraqis because a component of this community was deeply anti-Zionist. And they used the term Arab Jew. So it was always interesting, and it's no wonder that, you know, critics like Shuhat and others come from this community. At the same time, there's also a more recent phenomenon that came with social media, and that's kind of nostalgia for Iraqi Jews on the part of Iraqis. So you have novels in Arabic about this community, you have documentaries, historical studies, and sort of, and in addition to that, there are also battles. So when the U.S. occupied Iraq, they lifted the archive of the Iraqi Jewish community, scanned it, and brought it back to the United States. And then there was a huge debate, like who owns this archive?
I just want to add a little bit on that part of the nostalgia thing. Is one of our friends and interlocutors, David Zawu. He's the grandson of Yosef Zawu, and he has a whole community of Iraqis who follow him everywhere, invite him to all these places with all these sheikhs to perform and so on, as part of this nostalgia industry production that is going on right now. And he has one of the reasons that he has such a status there is because he was the grandson of Yosef Saul.
One other thing, there's also a third side of nostalgia that actually a colleague of ours studies. Her name is Zainab Salah, and that's London, which is also a side of a lot of like Iraqis of different faiths. And so some of the performances are also in London. But I should also say that, like, on the one hand, it's all very cosmopolitan and it's very sort of Jews and Christians and Muslims. And you hear this thing like, oh, when I went to their homes, I didn't know if it was Christian and Muslim were all buddies. But then I think sometimes when you do interviews, you actually know that people knew who was whom and who, like Jews couldn't eat certain things. Shiites wouldn't eat certain foods in Christians and Jewish homes. So yes, it's very mixed. And it's also deeply in the Jewish context divided by class. And so you have this mixture, this constant Muslim, Jewish, Christian mixture, but there's always like, at some points there are boundaries. And it's interesting to know like when the boundaries are constituted and when they're sort of nostalgically reflected upon.
Thank you, Bruce. First of all, a short comment about what you said about Zaharur's grandson and those invitations, without, of course, doubting the veracity of these stories. By now, I think there's already in Israel, there's a three-generational discourse of musicians who practice Arabic music that have this narrative of I'm invited to, by affluent Arabs in the diaspora in London and so on to come and play and perform. And I think it's already emerging as a topic for study in itself. This thing that goes from, Paitanim like Moshe Habusha through Yair Dalal and all the way to Dudu's generation, which I think is fascinating. Going back to your presentations, I have, as they say, a comment and a question. The comment is for Nili. It's also sort of a question and a kind of very specific question for Orit. I was really struck by this idea of, or the self image of Azuri as an innovator and a synthesizer that kind of emerges, I think, from the way you frame it as a third space where you can deal with the predicament of not comfortably belonging in any of these forming national communities. So I wonder if you, I'm sure you've thought about it, I wonder what you have to say about this idea of modernity, or the idea of musical modernity and musical innovation as a kind of escape route from the conflicts that national narratives of like this music or the music of this community or that community kind of poses. And my very short question for you, I thought, just want to make sure I heard you correctly. I think you said that you mentioned singers opening cafes to sell alcohol. Did you mean like Muslim Qari al-Maqam singers, or?
I think that, there's a reason why we start with this. They told me I'm a Jew and go to the Jews. They told me I'm an Arab, go to the Arabs. But I think that really all his life, music was a way to transcend all of this. And I think that although he played to the Zionist game and he played to the coexistence game from the top that we see with the PBS and so on, we really have come to agree that music was his ethnicity, religion, whatever, his ideology, really, and that he was just trying to kind of survive doing music no matter what. But I do think that the modernist discourse is also embedded musically in this idea of I'm a composer, which therefore I have another language, another space of belonging, which in the Baghdad, kind of context, it was a new thing. He was really one of the first to be known as somebody who composes new music and doesn't just say take a pasta, like a song and maybe put a little introduction on it, the way, maybe the Al-Kuwaitis started doing more so. So if that answers, I think it's a, yeah.
So I'm going to ask you to thank the speakers. Say that? Oh.
No, that's okay. And I want to give Orit to answer the question. No, we will just cut a little bit on the coffee and that's it, okay? I think this is so fascinating. And, what means also modernism and modern music, that's another issue. The earliest compositions that we have of Azuri are actually instrumental compositions in Turkish style, but in a way that he deviates by, how should I say, contaminating a little bit the very formal Turkish instrumental music with some Arabic Maghdadi elements. So he creates something out of nowhere. He calls that still Iraqi Bashraf, but basically the name of the piece already tells you that he's looking, yeah. So he, as Nili said, his whole essence of this man, we always think of people of navigating life according to identities like nationality, religion, etc. This man, we are convinced, conducted his life according to pure music, and whatever context that allowed him to make music of any kind of type, that was where he was. We don't have any real ideological statement by him about who he is. And we have all these texts, yeah, and we have so many, but he keeps changing, but if I may say, he keeps changing the melody all the time. That's what he does. Or the last.
So the case is, again, this is something that a student of mine found. So there was a Jewish maqam singer, and then in order to sort of increase popularity, he opened a coffee shop in 1916. So this is still the Ottoman period. Two quick notes. One is that the Ottoman period was deeply influential. Like you find song like national songs in Arabic from the 30s, from the 20s, and it says in the bottom, "Please sing based on this Turkish song." So this is, and in the 1920s, they're also nostalgic to the Ottoman past. And second, I just wanted to make a comment that sort of Nili and I were talking a little bit about sort of our deep state of depression in this day and age. And, you wonder also how much this nostalgia gets you, because, there might be people that we both know that admire this music and admire this, but they still support the war. So what does this music do? So I think also we need to recognize these limits too, with all due respect to the nostalgia that I study.
Not only that.
So.
No, not only that, but in the work of the orchestra, the Arab music orchestra of the radio, as far as we heard, the music was used by the intelligence services of Israel to transmit orders to the spies, particularly in Syria, by the songs. The songs have the meaning of certain orders to do some stuff. So yeah. So as a great musicologist put it, music has also its dangers. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So let's just thank our speakers. I think it's wonderful how this panel sort of fleshed out and illustrated much of what we spoke about in the first panel. And we're going to take a short coffee break now.
Okay, it gives me a great pleasure to hand the microphone to Nancy and Dina, celebrating the publication of Longing and Belonging. And we will hear the response by Suhail immediately after, and immediately after, a few wonderful musical notes from Issa Boulos. Bevakasha, please.
Thank you so much. We're delighted to be here today to celebrate the publication of Longing and Belonging, Jews in the Modern Islamic World. We first wanted to say a few words about the theme of the volume and its introduction more specifically. To start, we knew that finding an organizing principle for our volume would be a challenge. We had all come to the Katz Center as fellows working under the rubric of Jews in modern Islamic contexts. As such, our protagonists lived under various kingdoms and empires, from the Sharifian kingdom in the west, to the Ottoman Empire across the Mediterranean, to the Qajars in the east. They spoke and wrote to their neighbors in various languages, such as Arabic, Turkish, and Persian, and communicated among themselves in a broad range of Judeo-vernaculars, including Judeo-Berber in the Atlas Mountains, Judeo-Arabic dialects across the Middle East and North Africa, Judeo-Spanish in the Balkans and Eastern Mediterranean, Judeo-Farsi in Iran, Judeo-Tat in the Caucasus. In addition, as our conversations around the seminar table demonstrated so amply, each of our categories of modernity, the Islamic world, and even Jews were problematic, often opening up more questions than they answered. Nowhere was this clearer than in our grappling with modernity. In Jewish studies, perhaps because of the continued centrality of Ashkenazi communities and their diasporas as both subject and method, modernity as an interpretive paradigm is frequently left unquestioned and used reflexively. Among the characteristics typically associated with it are the retreat of the autonomous Jewish community, the rise of the individual, a splintering of religious tradition, and increasing politicization. Yet in Middle East studies, the very concept of modernity has been robustly interrogated and criticized as to its origins, genealogies, and epistemological underpinnings. Rather than borrowing models derived from European studies, scholars have questioned whether modernity is plural or singular, whether it is governed by linearity. Crucial to understanding its contours is the experience of imperialism, which has been foundational not only to its geographic and temporal assumptions, but also to its universalizing idiom. As scholars such as Dipesh Chakrabarti remind us, in studying non-European societies that underwent colonialism, scholars need to reckon not only with colonialism itself, but with the hegemony of European discourses that have invent the very term modernity, and either affix or withhold it according to its own internal logic. Take the notion of secularism, for example. While secularization theory has been increasingly problematized in the study of the West, the ascendancy of the secular has long been treated as a leitmotif of modern Jewish history and even modernity itself. The unseating of religious authority and the questioning of doctrines positioned religion in complete opposition to the secular, filtering it through a discourse of tradition. In the context of Jewish history, this rift undergirds many of the facets that have long been regarded as foundational to modern change: the separation of church and state, the Maskilic critique of both Jews and Judaism, various offers of Jewish emancipation, and the emergence of a neutral sphere in which religious difference could be increasingly bracketed. Yet, as scholars of Middle Eastern societies remind us, secular was a category constructed in Christian society that has come to presume its own normativity. As Talal Asad points out, in the 19th century, the verbal form to secularize had no single Arabic equivalent. And as Sabah Mahmoud reminds us, the secular is itself a historical product with specific epistemological, political, and moral entailments. The critical issue is not so much to pluralize secularism as to conceptualize its variations in relation to a universalizing project, which in the post-colonial context also involves the ongoing subjugation of non-Western societies to various forms of Western domination. What then does modernity mean for Jews in the Islamic world, the majority of who spent 2 centuries in either semi or fully colonized societies? How are we to conceptualize the modern history of Jewish societies that did not witness a destabilization of religion or a retreat of communal autonomy? What do we make of a community that remained governed by Jewish law well into the 20th century? How do we tell a modern history of a Jewish tradition that remains largely unfractured, neither undergoing radical reform nor listing toward ultra-Orthodox fundamentalism? Just as much as the Sephardi and Mizrahi experience complicates prevailing paradigms in the study of Jewish modernity, so too does it enrich our understanding of modernity across Muslim societies. While the Jews constituted but one ethno-religious group in the region, their longevity and rootedness, coupled with their position as a demographic and symbolic minority, shed important light on larger historical phenomena. Across various kingdoms and empires, the history of Jewish communities in the region illuminates the nature of governance, state management of religious difference, and both the offers and limits of official tolerance. Similarly, the history of Middle Eastern Jewries helps concretize broad patterns of social organization and hierarchy from the ground up, shedding light on how religious, linguistic, and ethnic differences were lived and experienced in plural settings. Whether in the bled of North Africa, the mountains of Yemen, or the large cities of the Ottoman Mediterranean, the position of Jews in the broader social landscape invites reflection on the nature of coexistence, not only in its presence or absence, but its contours, its stability, and its precarity, as well as its subsequent attendant mythologies. No less important are the ways in which Jews enrich our understanding of cultural production in the Islamic world. Affirming what historians pointed to in their study of Jews in the medieval Islamic world, our modern Jewish protagonists were active participants in an expansive Islamic civilization. From published treatises to folk songs handed down over generations, from journalism to liturgical poetry, Jewish creativity in the region was shaped by an encounter with multiple and overlapping worlds. The influences Jews took from Arab, Ottoman, Muslim, and Turkish cultures, and the contributions they made to them, reinforce the still recent understanding of culture as a heterogeneous system of ever-shifting centers and margins. Moreover, the robust Jewish cultural production in the region reflects an atmosphere of mutuality and cross-fertilization that has been obscured and perhaps even deliberately erased by the contemporary preoccupation with a Judeo-Christian tradition. A Jewish musician who honed his craft by listening to mosque prayers, a Jewish scholar influenced as much by Qasim Amin as by the Talmud, and a Jewish ballad rooted in local Muslim lore, among many other examples, all speak to the continued porousness of Jewish and Muslim cultures. Yet, upon reading the papers, we were struck by how across our diverse collective, the modern age made the matter of belonging, whether individual or communal, a position to be asserted, a question to be answered, and sometimes a problem to be solved. Over the course of the 19th and 20th centuries, we find our protagonists actively engaged in making sense of, thinking through, and constructing new forms of belonging as they navigated new cultural affiliations, ideological currents, socioeconomic hierarchies, and political allegiances. This confrontation with belonging was catalyzed by a set of profound historical transformations. For centuries, Jews in the lands of Islam had lived as dhimmis, protected yet inferior subjects in polities governed by Sharia law. By the mid-20th century, this long-standing hierarchy and the symbolic universe it engendered had been largely upended. Against the backdrop of the broader colonial encounter and the imbalanced power dynamic between East and West, new discourses of equality and citizenship, mobilized first by kingdoms and empires and later by new nation states, proffered new modes of political engagement. An expanding and increasingly integrated world economy led not only to the emergence of new socioeconomic hierarchies and class distinctions, but also to new patterns in urban life, consumption, and trade. Shifting boundaries between public and private, new intellectual currents such as the Nahda were developed separate from and unentangled with religion, while considerations of gender and gender roles became complex. Accompanying all of these processes were new discourses, vocabularies, performances, and categories that Jews, along with their neighbors, utilized in constructing new subjectivities and concepts, such as Arab, civilization, and progress, among many others. While there was no Jewish question per se, against these dramatic realignments, the Jews living in Muslim lands for Jews living in Muslim lands, belonging still demanded a series of balancing acts. But by no means should these balancing acts be read as tantamount to demise. Following the work of scholars such as Orit Bashkin, the study of Jews in the Muslim world is undergoing a Middle Eastern turn in which the modern age has been reconceptualized as a period marked not by demise, but potentialities. In doing so, scholars have offered an important corrective to a long-standing tendency to narrate the modern Jewish-Muslim relationship through the dislocations wrought by Zionism and the foundation of Israel. More recent work focuses instead on the continued generative nature of encounters that entertain diverse visions for the future. For Chaim Chabshush of Yemen, for example, new cultural geographies pitting East against West destabilize the notion of Jewish indigeneity in the region. Belonging, we see, is not an absolute category and is instead best understood in degrees. With the ascendancy of middle-class culture in the modern age, Jews in places such as Izmir and Cairo asserted their belonging to local bourgeoisies through an expanding repertoire of performances, while mercantile elites, such as the Sassoons of Baghdad, ardently adopted the patterns of the British gentry to mark their status, if not their acceptance, as European aristocrats. Thinkers and communal leaders reckoned with how the modern age had reconfigured hierarchies, both epistemological and social, as the Ben Ish Chai of Baghdad weighed new gender roles in his Kanun al-Nisa, and Rabbi Sliman Mani of Palestine interrogated the boundaries between forms of knowledge, Jewish and non-Jewish alike. Questions about belonging became only more amplified as Jews and Muslims began to sort themselves, both discursively and figuratively, in the age of nation states. For some, like Simon Levy of Morocco, the nativeness of Jews to the Middle East and Morocco was a historical reality turned political statement that needed to be reestablished, asserted, and protected. For others who migrated to Israel, political preoccupations destabilized the deep ties between Jewish and Arab cultures, ultimately leading to their ethnicization and in some cases sacralization. Such was the case of the multi-layered musical repertoire of Rabbi David Buzaglo, whose roots in the nightclub scene of Casablanca were eclipsed to emphasize his Jewish authenticity, as well as the Daudahi corpus of the village of Khirbet al-Subari, which stemmed from a cultural intimacy that was frayed but not forgotten with the migration of Yemeni Jews to Israel. For others, such as Violet Shamash and Adre Ajiman, belonging ultimately demanded a negation of the present, with childhood in the Middle East, rather than the newfound settings of New York, London, or Paris, becoming its most authentic expression.
The communities that are the subject of this volume, the Jews of Islamic lands, no longer exist as they were. Accompanying much of the work we offer here is a soundtrack in a minor key, a melody of longing for a world lost to barriers of time, place, and history. While these barriers preclude our actual return to these venues, we still return to these communities through memory and narrative. We note that memory can reveal as much about the present as it does about the past. Stories of an idyllic past are written to counter contemporary difficulties and tribulations. Narratives of misery and torment justify and rationalize behaviors, prejudices, and shortcomings of today. Collective memory can be as suspect as, and sometimes even more than, individual memory. But the application of scholarly tools can reveal the truths at its core. One truth is that the before times were neither all miserable nor entirely blissful. Our more textured accounting offers insight into the layers and complexities of communal relations, cultural influences, and differing perspectives. Longing is often seen as oriented toward the past, longing for what was. But just as much, it can be a longing for that which wasn't, an idyllic childhood, seamless existence, harmonic coexistence, and the like. It can also be distorted by sentiment, willed by desire, infused with nostalgia. Long seen as a hallmark of Western modernism, nostalgia has been treated as the complementary reverse to the idea of progress, as, quote, the animating and controlling idea of modern Western civilization, end quote, as if only in the, sorry, that was, sorry, okay. I know I did something. As if only in the West has there been the degree of change that would summon or engender such an emotion. Nostalgia, however, that wasn't me, is also a hallmark of Sephardi and Mizrahi studies. The difference, perhaps, is that what is being longed for, which cannot be reached, is not unobtainable simply because of the irreversibility of time, but because of history, geopolitics, and identity. Jews have returned to Berlin, but not to Baghdad. Nostalgia fulfills important functions. In longing for what is lacking in a changed present, state Pickering and Keightley, nostalgia for a lost time clearly involves yearning for what is not now attainable. It may also include what might never have been fully attainable, though it is no less a legitimate sentiment, nor less informative even so. The longing of our title is not necessarily a longing to return to the past, although for some of our subjects it is, but also a longing to belong, to be accepted by the middle class or into the upper class, regarded as fully fledged and invested citizens in various new nation states, or authentic inheritors of Arab Jewish culture. These affiliations become disrupted by historic events, the end of an empire, the advent of nationalisms, mass migration. Their unsettled affiliations and identities leave our subjects longing for what they might have seen as the simplicity of the past, and by inclusionary aspirations for the present and future. We organized this book in 5 categories: social class, gender, national identity, creativity, and memory. But we could have just as easily, maybe it wasn't so easy, organized it in a number of different ways. We recognized through lines and recurring motifs. Several chapters discuss individual rabbis in their creative work. Rabbi Sliman Mani in his short story, Rabbi Yosef Chaim, the Ben Ish Chai, and his own Kanun al-Nisa, Rabbi David Buzaglo and his music. The creativity adds additional dimensions to the individual rabbis and further blurs any binary we may still be thinking of in terms of secular and religious. The first is a story about an exorcism, about a spirit transgressing the border between the natural and supernatural. There is nothing in the story, in either belief or practice, that separates the Jewish characters from their neighbors. The second is a treatise that looks as much to the Arab world as it does to Europe for reconfiguring the role of women. While radical for its time, it is, as our colleague Annie Green points out, not progressive. Women are still defined by their household roles, and there are limits to the changes the rabbi proposes. But the influence of Qasim Amin, the Egyptian intellectual, is undeniable, even as Chaim's writing is clearly rooted in Jewish tradition and steeped in Jewish sources. And Edwin has shown us how Rabbi Buzaglo's musicianship crosses sectarian and geographic lines, entertaining, delighting, and inspiring audiences in Casablanca and in Bat Yam. The women in this volume range from potential brides to memoirists, objects to subjects. However important each of them is, their stories and the research on them are even more telling. The changing character of trousseaux charts more than changing fashions. The Yemeni girl that Habshush encounters and plots to rescue complicates the question of insider and outsider. The Dawdahi, who gives rise to a musical tradition shared by Jews and Muslims crossing from Yemen to Israel, like a lyrical inkblot, reflects communal mores and relations. The formidable Flora Sassoon calls into question previous assumptions about commercial dynasties, international ties, and changing identities. So too, the three generations of Sabbatian women, whose memoirs are presented in the book, rewrite what we think about their otherwise isolated and insular community. We are struck by how our protagonists and their creative works teach us not only about identity and belonging in their own worlds. Their art also shows us how the worlds they inhabit, or they inhabited, unsettle the boundaries and categories typically used by scholars of both Jewish and Middle Eastern studies. What, for example, does Sliman Mani, the aforementioned 19th century rabbinic figure, whose intellectual commitments span from Nachmanides to Descartes, what does he tell us about the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, its reach, its debates, its vision of progress? How does Qanun al-Nisa, penned by the Ben Ish Chai of Baghdad, fit not only into turn-of-the-century discussions about the status of women, but also into the discourse of the Nahda, the Arabic Renaissance? Do Sabiha Sertel and her Sabbatian milieu, who have something to say about women in a syncretic mystical movement, also shed light on an avowedly secular Turkish nation-state? The end of the Ottoman Empire often took center stage in our discussions, but perhaps to a lesser extent in our book. The nations of Iraq, Turkey, Egypt, etc., that emerged from the empire as new states existed in new configurations, but they also contained much of the empire itself in languages, culture, governance, and identity. While historians are preoccupied with defining modernity, whether singular or plural, and focus on rupture, those of us engaged in studying literature and music are more likely to identify continuity, influence, intertextuality, and interconnections. This continuity is not always linear. I recently wrote about a Judeo-Arabic Haggadah that an Iraqi-Israeli friend had sent me. Published in Israel more than a generation after most of its speakers were uprooted, it is almost an exact facsimile of one published in Baghdad a century before, and that which Orit showed us a page from. The Haggadah itself might not say that much about modernities, nor definitively settle the question of whether the Judeo-Arabic dialect belongs to the family of Jewish tongues or as an Arabic colloquial. But it does say something about movement, multiplicity, and more. The modern age marked a turning point in the experiences of Jews and Muslims living among each other. The majority of once thriving communities of Jews in the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia have virtually vanished. Jewish synagogues and cemeteries abandoned, at best maintained as historic sites or repurposed as cultural centers. The disappearance of this world has, until very recently, been compounded by silences in the scholarship, as Sephardi and Eastern Jewries were long regarded as marginal to studies of both Jewish and Eastern histories and cultures. And yet these communities themselves persisted, reconstituting themselves in the face of dislocation and leaving a rich cultural and historical legacy. Upon reflecting on the year we spent together, upon reflecting after completing the volume on the year we spent together, we also came to realize just how deeply the theme of belonging also resonated with us as scholars. The year brought together historians, scholars of literature, and anthropologists, and the volume showcases this interdisciplinarity. One aspect we treasured about our experience at the Cat Center was the way it brought us all together from the margins of various fields, from Jewish studies, Israeli studies, and Ottoman Middle East studies. Our work on Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews was now gloriously in the center and at the center, without the need to refer to Western paradigms and case studies as the norm, or positioning our subjects only as minorities. By shifting away from traditional Jewish and Middle Eastern studies, we also abandoned static models. Our mapping of movement across languages, borders, and historical eras, our moderation of linear and binary models, moves the Ashkenazi story to the margins and decenters Israel. Instead, we look, for example, to the aspiring Jewish effendis of Cairo to tell us about the cosmopolitanism of late Ottoman Mediterranean urban life, and to the aspiring English effendis to explore the depths of their roots in Babylonian Jewry. It's our hope that this volume reaches a wide audience and contributes toward a crucial reframing. We are hoping to reach beyond the choir. To this end, we commissioned maps that locate each of our subjects geographically, helping the outsider, who is so used to being the insider, get their bearings. Instead of seeing the overlapping circles of Sephardi, Mizrahi, and Ottoman Jews at the margins of both Jewish studies and of Ottoman Arab Islamic studies, we insist on their centrality. Together, these articles foreground them, their experiences, trajectories, and afterlives, and challenge basic assumptions. Just as our work builds on the work of others, so too do we aspire to offer new directions and insights, even as we look forward to concurrent and future research. And before we turn the mic over to Suhail Yusuf, we just want to take a moment to thank Edwin Sarusi for this opportunity to talk about the project, to all of you for letting us infiltrate a musicology conference, and of course to our fellow contributors, fellows, our cartographer, the Cat Center, and Penn Press. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Namaste, shalom, salam alaikum. This has been such a wonderful occasion for me to present here, and also the process of preparing my response that has been both intimidating and quite a joyous moment, because for a scholar like me who's on the verge of embarking on a journey of writing a book, Longing and Belonging gives you many options of methodologies if you're looking to write about musicians and not particularly only about music. So this has been wonderful. Also hearing all the papers today. I had been constantly drawing parallels to terminologies, idioms, including brotherhood, rivalry, and affinity, and someone who's also sort of methodologically theorizing such concepts, such relationalities. From today's papers, I was also able to understand and identify what is at the stake and what is dangerous and what filters when we are looking into terminologies such as these. So yes, being a South Asianist, most of the discourse done in the book and also in the symposium today is so far-fetched from my own research. But the parallels I've been drawing is sort of the anchor for me for the response I'll be presenting today. And again, thank you so much, Edwin, for the opportunity, and all the lovely presenters for visiting Yale ISM. So I'll begin by just very formally summarizing the book. A lot has already been said, and then sort of I'll move on to my response. Longing and Belonging, edited by Nancy E. Berg and Dina Danon, provides a compelling exploration on the lives of Jews living alongside Muslims in the modern era, both within the historical boundaries of the Ottoman Empire and in regions that emerged following its dissolution. Inherently interdisciplinary, this anthology reveals modern Jewish individuals not only as passive observers, but also as active participants in a vibrant and extensive Islamic civilization. Their experiences illustrate a rich tapestry of mutual influence and cultural exchange, inviting deeper inquiry and offering valuable insights for contemporary society. The volume places significant emphasis on Jewish communities that have historically been marginalized in both historical narratives and literary discussions. By elevating these voices, it critically engages with and challenges prevailing narratives in both Jewish studies and Middle Eastern studies. As an ethnomusicologist deeply engaged with marginalized hereditary Muslim musicians communities in Hindustani music, the classical or art music tradition of North India, I delve into the intricate interplay of identity and the profound emotional resonances found in interfaith musical exchanges. For me, Longing and Belonging offers a captivating analytical framework that uncovers a multitude of interfaith interpretations that can be drawn from a varied set of events and settings mentioned in the book. While it may initially seem surprising to draw reflections and creative expressions from Hindustani music in relation to the marginalized Jewish communities, Hindustani music is a tradition rooted in imperial courts and entwined with philosophies of world renunciation, offers valuable insights into cultural exchange, network identities, and the politics of creativity. Its rich history and the experiences of its musicians shed light not only on our pre-modern cosmopolitan past, but also on our recent history and future possibilities. In saying this, I'm thinking of Eboo Patel, the founder and president of Interfaith America, who has illustrated how educational objectives from interfaith studies can be seamlessly integrated into existing curricular models that utilize ethnographic narratives. Through this integration, an innovative approach to interfaith pedagogy emerges, known as the shared experience model, which is largely based on Patel's work. When applied to the ethnographic narratives of longing and belonging, its methods rooted in historical ethnography and narrative inquiry, the shared experience model fosters the development of appreciative knowledge and narrative imagination, two essential capacities from interfaith theory proposed by Eboo Patel. This ultimately results in a self-reflection that prepares the reader to begin to consider and articulate their own narrative identity. While scholars have offered a theoretical framework for music's ability to build relations between faith, with all its courtesies and tensions, however, I'm convinced that the diverse interfaith music scene merits a deeper investigation. Formulating concepts for rituals and respect within an interfaith community leads me to ask the following questions. Which communities typically seek out interfaith musical dialogues? Do interfaith dialogues extend beyond specific events or projects? Can interfaith musicality create any impact on global concerns? By exploring the rich tapestry of Jewish music, Longing and Belonging provides us with a rich and captivating narrative of the intricate nuances of religious and social life that might be able to address the previously raised questions. And as Orit Bashkin writes, it pays homage to a historically intertwined Muslim-Jewish world where diverse narratives and legacies resonate deeply with the pressing issues and dilemmas of our contemporary lives. I'll conclude by saying that the dialogues of interfaith and even intra-faith are not new. What is new, for a want of a better word, is a perspective that that complicates and expand our own understanding of traditions and cultures that celebrates their antiquity, inevitably arouses our curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suhail, for your generosity and for engaging in this dialogue that in a way is far removed from your field, but in a way I think it's very much substantively connected. And thank you so much. I invite Professor Issa Boulos and the Oud I suggest that if you can join us closer, because okay,
On the floor.
on the
On the
chair.
chair
I have-
here.
so that for the website. Oh, okay. Even closer because
I'm sure I'm gonna need my stool, maybe not. Let's see. Thank you. You're welcome. How long was that? Okay, so I have 10 more. All right. I have 12. Okay, so I'm going to go into a different region of maqams. I kind of look at maqams as a cluster of family. If I manipulate them, I take them different places. So this one is a different family, I guess. Thank you. Thank you.